Do my video off a lot, but I'll be here.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, July 13th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, the board chair. Sorry I missed you all last week. And with me in the room is Vice Chair Patty Clapper. Thanks for covering. Appreciate it. And then we have commissioners joining us from home, Greg Poshman and Steve Child. And Francie Jacober is in traffic, which we all experience these days, and she will join us shortly. So the first item on our agenda today is our community survey presentation of our biannual community survey. And I'll look, John Peacock, did you want to have any opening words, or should I turn it over to Laura Armstrong?
I can open it up, and Laura's going to walk us through the topic, but just a real brief introduction. We try to do a citizen attitude survey roughly every 2 years, and it allows us to take stock of how we're doing both in provision of services, but also how we're tracking with the priorities that the community has for us. We did get a little bit off track. We were due for a 2-year update last year in 2020 when COVID hit, and we decided to hit the pause button. But we believe as we're coming out of the pandemic now is a great time to revisit the survey tool. Laura's going to kind of walk us through the process and such, and you'll probably hear this a couple of times. Our tool right now is probably about as long as citizens are going to answer. And so if we do want to change priorities and such in terms of what we're asking, it may mean that we need to remove a couple questions for any that we add. So. And with that, I think this is the first time Laura is presenting to the board, and I will turn it over to her.
Great. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Can they hear you at home? Greg, can you hear us, Steve?
It was very, very dim. Or maybe you could get closer to the mic.
I can speak more into the mic. Here we go.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, closer the better. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the intro, John. My name's Laura Armstrong. I'm Communications Director with Pickens County, and I've been able to meet some of you, but not all of you. So it's really a pleasure to get to be connecting with you all today in this conversation. I'm going to share my screen here. Oh, I am unable to share my screen. Let's see. That's what happens when you're new. Great. All right.
Laura, could you try the other microphone that's on the table there next to you? I think that's a better one, perhaps.
I think you have to maybe push the one near Patty closer to Laura as well.
Here, I'll grab it.
The gray one.
Oh, this whole thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, how's this?
That's better. Thank
Better?
you.
Okay. All right. So today we're going to be discussing the Picken County Community Opinion Survey. I'll also call it the Community Survey just for ease. Our agenda today, I'm going to run over some of the background on the survey as well as its methodology. I'll discuss the proposed 2021 process and timeline for administering the survey. And then we'll review the 2018 survey categories and questions. So the intent here is to all review at a high level, what do we have in the survey as is right now? And then we'll get into our discussion. And so you can see the discussion points ahead of time. We'll be discussing that 2021 process, just checking in on the timeline and the online survey components to see if you have any questions and if we can proceed with those. And then the meat of the discussion is on what are the key 2021 issues or question topics that are missing from the 2018 survey questions. So a lot has changed in this time, and this being a longitudinal survey going forward, are there key themes that are missing that are important for us to add into our longitudinal questions for the community as we go forward? Number 3 then is really the other side of that coin, which is of the 2018 survey questions, are there any that could be deprioritized and removed? So as John said, we're really pushing the limit of the best practice for survey length. So we'll wrap with that conversation. And I guess an overarching kind of context to this conversation is that today we're really hoping to hear from you all on the intent of the issues and questions that we'd like to add. And we don't have to get into the specific wording of those questions today. That's a process that we can work with the ETC, which is the survey contractor, to create statistically valid survey question language that really can help us to be comparable over time, not be leading questions, et cetera. So today we're really looking to understand your intent of any items that we want to add. So with that, I'll jump into some of the background. The purpose of this survey is to objectively assess resident satisfaction with delivery of county services. And then it really helps us to understand the community's priorities as well. It measures longitudinal trends with comparison to surveys from 2014, 2016, and 2018. And so as John mentioned, we would have done this in 2020, but because of the pandemic, we've pushed it back 1 year. Which is something that many communities have done. Great. So the methodology, ETC is the survey contractor that we've used since 2014. They're well known for local government surveys and have been a good partner. It's a 6-page survey, and we're looking to include many of the same questions that were asked on previous surveys. And the reason for that is because then we can compare it year after year and really track that community sentiment. But like we said, we want it to still be relevant. The survey is administered by mail. So ETC will send out a cover letter and a print version of the survey. That can then be taken in a print version or taken online, depending on how the resident wants to take it. And we'll aim to collect a random sample of about 500 residents. ETC will go through a process of following up with residents to make sure that we get to that number, and also to ensure that that number is aligned with the demographic profile of Pitkin County. The survey takes about 15 to 20 minutes to complete. And in 2018, we had a high confidence level of 95% and a margin of error of plus or minus 4.2% overall. So this is a high quality survey. So what do we get out of the survey? The data analysis that we'll get back from ETC will help us understand the overall satisfaction of residents with the county as well as with specific services, and they'll show us the trend lines dating back from 2014. They'll also break down the responses by geographical area within the county, which can be really useful to understand if we're getting different sentiments or responses from different areas. They also provide an importance and satisfaction matrix. And what this is it's really useful in understanding when residents are ranking questions on their satisfaction with services. They also rank the importance of that service. So then we can look at, of the really important services, what are the satisfaction levels with that? So high importance, high satisfaction tells us that this is an area where we're doing really well. High importance, low satisfaction shows us the areas where we may want to focus in the coming years. And then the data analysis also provides benchmark data in comparison with other communities around the country. So if we get a 42% satisfaction rating with a particular service, it helps give us context for around the country. Are other communities around that same level? Are they at 25% satisfaction for that service? Are they at 75% satisfaction? So again, more context for us. And then new in 2021, we're working with ETC to offer an online survey that we're planning to distribute after the statistically representative survey to the 500 residents. And this online survey is something that we can distribute to a wider audience, including individuals who work but might not live in Pitkin County, who identify as community members here but aren't residents. It will be in English and in Spanish, so we'll be looking to include more of our Latinx community members. And we plan to develop an outreach campaign to help spread the word about this survey available online in the fall as well. Okay, so our timeline. Today we're having our initial discussion about the 2021 Community Opinion Survey. Next steps here in July, we'll be working to reconcile your direction that we hear today and also collect input from departments. We want to be sure that the wording is up to date and accurate, and hear their input on the questions related to their departments. We hope to finalize the wording by the end of July, which is a tight turnaround. We'll work with ETC on that to make sure that those questions are statistically valid, and then plan on sharing that set of questions that ETC has put their pen on with you all at the end of July. The reason to complete this in the end of July is that we hope to send out the survey in August and September. That's when it's been sent out in previous years, and is thought to be a time where we're hoping to capture folks while they're in town before potentially heading out for the off season. Then in September and October, we'll begin to promote the online survey to a broader audience. And in late fall, we'll have survey findings and data analysis from ETC. So that was a lot of background and context, and I want to pause here to take any questions that you all have and to hear any feedback on this proposed process for 2021 or our online survey.
Okay, questions, Steve, and then we'll go to the room. Steve, go ahead.
Laura, on the online survey, after the mail-in survey part is done, would anybody who lives in Pickens County who didn't get a mail-in survey, would they be allowed to fill that out also, not just people who live elsewhere and work in Pickens County?
Correct. Great clarification. Yeah, we would be opening that up to anyone who's interested in taking the survey. Yeah.
Okay, and then does that skew, will those results be kept kind of separate? It seems like it might skew the
Correct.
The statistical data, the accuracy of the ETC framework for how they set it up.
Yes, and I apologize that I didn't clarify on that. That is right. We'll be keeping those two surveys separate from one another. And that's really the reason why we're doing the timing separate as well, so that the 500 approximately resident survey will be conducted first. And that is statistically, we're able to compare that with the previous longitudinal surveys. So we'll collect all of that data, and then separately, we're going to analyze the data that tries to cast a wider net in terms of who is taking the survey. And we'll analyze that data separately.
Other questions for Laura right now about the timeline and process? Francie?
Yeah, I have a question about the report on the survey. Are you ready for that, or do you want to wait on
We can
that?
take that, yeah.
I just found it difficult that it was so narrative that you couldn't just look at the numerical results. So is that going to be, because there's just so much more reading to read a whole paragraph and then you just see it.
Yep.
Is there any way to just see it?
Yes, so we will, when ETC finalizes the data analysis, we will come back to the BOCC and do a presentation with our contact from ETC. And that presentation will be focused a lot on the visuals of the graphs and the matrices that we're able to be that they've pulled, and also then giving that interpretation in a presentation format. At the same time, we will get the full presentation, the full report, which is typically 180 pages.
Mm-hmm.
It's really quite complete. We'll get an executive summary, and then we'll get access to the presentation, which has the most relevant graphs and visuals to interpret the data.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah.
And then Laura, I'm curious, when we're thinking about the questions, it would be helpful to know which questions are helpful to keep in terms of the long-term comparisons.
Mm-hmm.
If we know that, we ask this every year, we've asked this every year for the last 10 surveys, that to me would be important, whether considering if we're going to keep it or exit.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you have that or if John will have that, but
Yeah.
I could use that input.
As we get into the discussion of the themes that might be missing and the themes to remove, I'll share with you the feedback we've gotten so far from the E-team regarding some areas that they think we could make more concise. Yeah.
Great. Okay, other questions for Laura right now?
I just have questions about the questions.
Yeah, questions about the questions. All right, we can keep going. Thank you.
All right. So, there we go. So before we jump into our discussion of the themes to add or remove, I just wanted to give an overview of what's in the survey. I won't go through every question, don't worry. But I think there are really kind of like three main sections. The first, which is if you have attachment A from the packet, that's what we're going over right now. So just for reference, this is on page 1 of attachment A. The first question is about the overall opinion of the county. And you can see these questions here. These, I believe, Kelly, are examples of ones that have not changed very much over time and are pretty standard across communities across the United States. We then, the other really big picture question is this one, number 2, which is still on page 1 of attachment A. which is county services and initiatives. And so you can see here, this is again keeping it high level and asking about satisfaction with these services and initiatives. And then we also ask about to rank importance of these services and initiatives. So this is a space where, again, I believe that these have been fairly steady over time, but I think this is one of the places we can come back to say, are there any gaps here? And then what I think of as the third section of the survey, which is really the majority of the length of the survey, is getting into specific services and programs. And so I did not include all of those questions here, but they include open space and trails, the landfill and recycling, sense of personal safety, and then public safety, which is really more about the sheriff's office, pick and alert, mountain rescue, land use, public communication and outreach, perceptions of current transportation issues, a healthy community, which really has to do with human services, public health, mental health services, living in Pitkin County, which really has to do with the affordability and quality of housing, both rented and available for sale, of childcare, of senior services, and of workforce availability. We have questions on the clerk and recorder, internet service, the airport, special events, which is really largely focused on our large televised events. And then a final question about opinion on the county, and then demographic information. So we've got a lot. We've got a lot in our survey here. So with that, I think we can jump into our first discussion question, unless I'd say, John, you have anything else to add on that piece?
He's shaking his head no.
Great, thanks. Wonderful. So our first discussion question, like I said, what are the key 2021 issues or question topics missing from the 2018 survey questions? And I thought we could think of this in two ways. One would be that high-level county services and initiatives, which is question 2. Is there anything missing from there? And then we can also get into specific services. And the themes that have been coming up from the E-team and staff in terms of specific services to consider. One is, have we adequately captured here the themes that we know are important in the lens of pandemic recovery? And so thinking of some of these themes that we know are important would be workforce, housing, childcare, mental health, land use and growth. Are we adequately covering the pandemic recovery themes? Diversity, equity, and inclusion is another topic raised by a number of staff members, and then updating the demographics section was another suggestion that came from staff members to be more inclusive of various resident identities.
Okay, looking for input here for Laura. Patty?
Yeah, before we get to the specific services, the new 3 that you've listed, I think that's a broader discussion. I am going to go to section 2, county services and initiatives, under number 13. I can't believe I haven't picked this up in the last bazillion times I've done the survey. It should say code and ordinance response to development code violations rather than code development violations. That's backwards. Doesn't make sense. That's a simple one for you. Under open space and trails, the hard surface trail connection, I could be wrong on this, but I think we have completed the hard surface between the Intercept Lot and Rio Grande Trail. I think that's hard surface down from, and it's not the Intercept Lot, it's the Brush Creek Park and Ride.
Correct. Yes, both of those notes I received from.
And then down. And the other one, I don't know if we want to leave the one in there about develop a hard surface trail connection between the communities in Down Valley. I think there's only one section of the Rio Grande that's still not hard surface, but we can. That's okay to leave that one in there. Then on under landfill and recycling, 7 is landfill products. I don't know what the difference is between 7 and 9, because 9 is landfill products for sale.
I mean, yeah,
Agreed.
I agree.
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
confused too.
Yeah, so that could just be one. And then under community support under 19, we no longer do restaurant inspections. We can eliminate that.
Great.
Who does them?
The state, state in all their wisdom decided to take it over a couple years. There was a conflict of personalities. It was a very interesting discussion. Under the airport, I don't know how the board feels about this, but I would like to know how many people use rented jet services. What do they drop? What are they? NetJets, is that what they are, John? NetJet services?
Jet air taxis.
Yeah,
What should we call
and
it?
we can ask that question. We may not have a statistically valid response from that population because for the surveys. I wonder if there's another way for us to get that.
That's just food
Oh, we
for
could.
thought. Yeah, because I think that's valid information for us to have because
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a service being used by our full-time or our part-time residents, not just our guests. So if you want to think about that, maybe put something in about that, that would be great. And then, is it 5G? Isn't that the new internet service coming in? Or is that become now available as far as we're talking about high speed?
You mean the one that's coming from Glenwood on the fiber?
No, the 5G is, I don't know who's, Greg probably is the person to, Kelly, what's happening with isn't it 5G?
Well, the cell phone technology nationwide is going to what's called 5G. We're at 3G now. 5G uses some higher frequency waves for transmission of cell service. So it's an upgrade in technology, which is probably it's going to be offered by the cell companies, and so it could be coming in via satellite or microwave or fiber. I don't think that's our problem.
So we don't need to ask.
There are other issues around it. The cell towers are the issue, but I don't know if you want to bring that one up or not.
All right, yeah, it was just a thought. We can leave that out. And I think for now, as I said, I think the bigger discussion is how do we want to bring in pandemic issues, and how would we bring in diversity, equity, and inclusion? How would we phrase something like that? Broader discussion, but those are just the basics I have on the questions so far.
Thank you.
Francie.
Yeah, I just have a really short one too, Laura. It's under number 2, where it says renewable efficient energy. I don't really know what that means, so maybe if it said availability of renewable efficient energy, or, I mean, what are they actually scoring when it just says renewable efficient energy? Doesn't mean anything to me.
Mm-hmm. And that may be one that there's just a more current way to describe. Mm-hmm.
And I'm not on video. I don't know why. I didn't have an invitation to video when I came in.
Your Zoom meeting, you mean?
Do you want me to go out and come in again?
Oh, you may not be a participant.
If you didn't click on, do you have a digital packet?
Francie is joined us as an attendee, so she has to be made a panelist.
We want you on video, Francie.
I would rather not be on video, but I'm trying to do the right thing here.
Why do you think I don't Zoom? I just do the little camera.
So we've taken some detailed questions here. We can also start talking about the big stuff. Greg.
Yeah, thanks. I think, I don't know, I got the impression Francie had a couple questions just about maybe the vagueness of some of the questions and how valuable they really are. I guess I'm reminded that, surveys are only as good as the questions asked. And I did see a couple that I just thought might have missed the mark. And for instance, the bike path, the hard path, as Patty points out, we do have a hard path from the intercepts down Smith Hill Road and then up the other side to McLean Flat, to the Rio Grande Trail. But the question that I'm hearing a lot from constituents is, when are we going to get a hard bike path from the intercept lots to the airport business center?
Yeah, I had
And that's
that.
a different question, and it's high on the list. And so we haven't, if we don't ask that question, we'll never know how important it is. So I would add that one. A bike path connection from the intercept lot to the ABC in a safe manner. And it involves CDOT and others, but I think it's a good question.
Yeah,
Another
Greg, I had that on there too, but it's the Brush Creek Park and Ride. Don't forget, we've changed the name.
Oh, right. Yeah, we've changed the name of it. Right. Other topics that I think ought to be included right now, fire mitigation is always huge on my list, especially as we're choking on the smoke here in this last week. And I don't see that. I didn't see it when I went through. I'd like to be specific. If we asked the community if they thought we were doing enough with fire mitigation, we might be surprised by the answer. Perhaps I have no idea, but I suspect they'd be saying no, we're not doing enough. But I don't know that. But I'd certainly like to know what people think and what they know about it. I did put something in here about COVID, post-pandemic, or what is the new protocol? And that's a question we have for public health as well. It's like, how are things different now? Is the community comfortable with the way we have been managing the pandemic? And going forward, we might have protocols that are in place for many years to come. And I think if there was a way to get some feedback on that, I think that would be useful. In addition to fire mitigation, I was thinking about noise. I happen to live I don't think I'm in the noisiest part of the valley, but it is incredibly noisy between the traffic on our highway, the aircraft landing, the construction. It's amazing how noisy it is now. And I'm just wondering, it's a quality of life issue. While we're talking about other quality of life issues, water quality, what about noise and darkness, light pollution? Those are things that I think are incredibly important to our quality of life, and I'd love to see them measured in these surveys. And then the final quality of life issue is that, we ask, how are we doing with large events, our special events and X Games? Gosh, I wish we could ask a question about how are we doing on having quiet times, having times during the year when it's not noisy and loud and bright. Is that a quality of life that we'd love to measure, and maybe steady state instead of a growth oriented? Can we ask questions about that? And then finally, the last one is probably just, we have a lot of new residents. We have a lot of more tourists, it seems, in the last year. How are we doing with taking care of them and welcoming them and bringing them into the community, making them part of the community? We're probably, in this survey, we're going to probably get some new residents, and it'll be interesting to find out how we're doing with bringing them up to speed, so to speak. And I'd love to be able to share our values about nature and wildlife and darkness and quiet and noise and all that stuff. Maybe this isn't the place to do it, but it'd be great to be able to measure that to see how we're doing, because I think that's important for the community. That's it for right now. Thanks.
Sure. I have some comments on Greg's thoughts. I'll go to Steve and then Francie.
Okay, some of my additions, I think, center more around public health issues. So Greg's discussion about the wildfire thing brings up the question, how are you doing with the wildfire smoke? Are you having any health kind of issues with that? Also having to do with the pandemic response, I would love to have the public health department help craft questions for what information would be really useful for them to know that would also be useful for us. So in terms of the wildfire smoke and pandemic response, people's ongoing health or economic issues would be especially important from the pandemic, just so we could get a sense of, are people still suffering from the consequences of the pandemic and the pandemic response. I also would really be curious to know the effect of the opioid epidemic on people in Pickens County. Just right now, I'm participating in the opioid settlement agreement, and having any sort of information about how the opioid epidemic has affected people in Pickens County, I think would be useful to me on that committee, but that's another question I think for public health. Would that kind of information and what sort of question to ask from the public health standpoint would be important to include in it. Other than that, a general thing, I think we should have a space on the survey where people can bring up other issues or gripes. I'll give them some space for griping about their pet peeve in the county or whatever subject they want to bring up. I think is important. It's our chance to let them air out some grievances that might not be touched on in the rest of the survey. And if there is a way we could do that without adding a whole other page on the survey or something, I think we should do that, because people like the chance to air their grievances or their kudos on things that they're thinking we are doing right. So I think, well, in general, last year in 2018, I felt like the survey was too long. 6 pages is really a lot to ask people to fill out. And I actually received a survey in 2018 and I filled the whole thing out. It was sort of like doing jury duty, a sense of civic obligation to fill it out, but it's hard to answer that long of a survey for, a college educated person involved in public life. So an ordinary person receiving that, I don't know how attentive they would be in filling it out or carefully or filling it out at all. So I wish we could make it shorter somehow. I know with ETC we asked them about that, and we came up with a 6-page survey before, so I don't know if we're going to do it any differently this time. So that's all for now.
Thanks, Steve. Francie?
How many do you send out in the hopes of getting 500 back?
I'm not sure the exact number. It's in excess of 500, and then they'll start doing the follow-ups. Mm-hmm. But I can get back to you on that. I'm
you
not
don't need
sure.
to. I was just curious in light of what Steve said about not wanting to fill it out because it's too long.
Mm-hmm.
I do have some other areas, though, that I thought about. We talked a lot at our retreat about equity for our workers and representation for our workers. So, for the one that goes to everybody, and maybe even the local ones too, maybe some question about whether the people who work in Pitkin feel like they have any representation, any voice at all. And a question about pay equity, I think, would be, I don't know exactly how that would go, but something to look at and think about. And the disparity of wealth. I mean, I think everybody's aware of that, and it kind of is a characteristic of communities like Aspen. So if we don't address it at all, it's like, are we avoiding it, sort of? I agree with Steve that we could have more about mental health and possibly some questions about accessibility to help with addiction and that sort of thing. And then I think that given this is going out to so many people, we could be super direct about pandemic questions. We could just have a section on the pandemic because we do need to learn from it and what the community feels like we did about it. So like really specific questions like, did you lose your job? Or was your income seriously affected, and did you have resources to deal with that? I know that resources were there, but I'm not sure that people all people knew they were there, so about access to help during that time. And then, do you feel safe from COVID now in Pickens County? That kind of question. I mean, I know it's going to be a while until we get it back, but I think we'll still be talking about COVID by the time you get it back. So I think being really direct, this is going to be the easiest way we can get input about how we dealt with COVID and how people are feeling about it and stuff.
Kelly, I know you have some, can I just respond real quick? Because I know you have some. So I like what I'm hearing, but you guys at the same time, do you hear what you're hearing, what you're saying? We want to keep it shorter. We don't want to exceed 6 pages. You guys just made it a novel.
Right.
By adding things.
For sure.
So either we eliminate stuff that we've been comparing to from year to year, which is one of the purposes of our survey, is to look back at what was in 2014 to 2018 into this coming year. So we're either going to have to take out a whole bunch of stuff if you want to add a bunch of new stuff. So that's a philosophical decision for us. What is it we want at the end of the day from the survey? Do we want to have the comparison factor, or do we want to start with some whole new sections? Because I think that's what I'm hearing. I don't want to make it 10 pages long to ask all these new questions, because then you'll have people who just toss it out, and we want to have the 518 responses, which I think was pretty exceptional. So I think that's a decision we need to be thinking about.
I mean, if we could have an addendum about the pandemic so you don't have to answer it, but.
Even without that, you've got fire mitigation, you've got more public health,
Right.
I mean, more mental health, more, and more, so that's something we just need to keep in mind as we're moving forward in this discussion.
Well, yeah, I'm going to jump
Thanks,
in here
Kelly.
and then I'll go to you, Greg. I mean, I think we need to wrestle with this because for me, it's been a transformative several years in the world. Like the questions being asked in 2018, were just in a different context, I think, for our county, for our workload, for our services, for, what we've had to deliver, I think, to our communities. So, I think it's always helpful to have somewhere to start, but there's always an argument of like, okay, should we just start fresh here and, think about this survey with a blank slate as well. And I'm personally sort of leaning more towards that because I think if we sent out the 2018 with very little update, I think the community would be like, wow, they are out of touch, man. They are not even asking questions about like the important issues of the day, So I'm kind of a fan of, or personally leaning towards like, let's get rid of a bunch of the stuff that we have asked in the past and hone in on the way we've had to sort of really transform and address the big community questions and the big community needs. And if we can do that in a way that does help us track some of this stuff over time, great. But, it's sort of like I look at, let's just take like the landfill section, asking about like the drop-in swap and, the composting and all that stuff. Like, yeah, there is benefit to knowing if those opinions have changed over time. But I think it's of less benefit to us than really honing in on like, should we be doing more on climate action and what aspects of our climate plan are most important to the community and things like that would, I think, for me be more informative. So, I'm a little, that's the frame of mind that I'm kind of looking at this and the product that I'd like to see for us to send out. And so Greg, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Kelly. I have to say I agree with Kelly. I was going to suggest much less articulately that, somebody could go through and actually throw out several of the sub-questions under these main categories. I don't want to lose the great baseline data we're collecting over the years. But some of this to me just doesn't even seem particularly useful or relevant, and I could be wrong, so I don't want to be the one making those decisions. I could start slashing, but I'm not sure I'm the right one to do that right now. Looking at county services, do we really need to go and ask? Perhaps we do need to ask people, how's the snow removal this year, and are they going to remember what it's been like the last several years? I'm just not convinced that that's really going to be the best use of their time. And like Kelly says, the world has changed since 2018, and perhaps we would be more in touch if we if we frame some of the questions that way. So I'd be in favor of trimming this, as Patty says. We do need to trim it if we're going to add more. Who does the trimming and all that? I guess that goes back to Laura and her team of rocket scientists.
One way I might frame it up is the questions in the survey are kind of, there are two different types. There's those that measuring how we administer programs and understanding how important those programs are to day-to-day life. And so that's kind of the customer satisfaction portion, if you will, or citizen satisfaction portion. And then there are a number of questions that were built around really giving you as policymakers kind of intelligence about what's going on in the community. And I think and it's really, the longitudinal data is probably more applicable to, hey, how are we doing with our service delivery? Are we keeping people happy over a long period of time? Has something changed that we need to pay attention to? And I think what I'm hearing what I'm hearing in this conversation right now is what's really changed are those questions that are trying to get a sense of policy priorities for the community. And so, if the board is open to us taking a stab at, continuing to listen to this conversation, but maybe taking a bunch of those out, we lose some of the longitudinal, but if they are not as important going forward, that doesn't matter quite as much as getting the policy questions. And that may be a place for us to do the start over a little bit.
Well, and let me just jump in and offer kind of the way that I'm thinking of integrating that. For example, like open space and trails, I'm not sure we need to ask the question again if we need to have a paved trail between the park and ride and the ABC. I think we've gotten that data in the past. Like it's in our plan, it's in our master plan, right? So there's already we've already sort of absorbed that data. But something along the lines of, asking about trail usage or educating about a stewardship ethic or, how are the permit systems working? Those type of things I think can balance, that customer satisfaction with our need for better policy direction. So that's what I'm really thinking about it. Cause it's here in the context, if we're going to go out and ask about trails and we don't ask about how people's experiences now and in post-pandemic life, we're missing it. We're missing the opportunity. So that's my thought. That's an example of how I'm thinking about these categories. Patty.
Yeah, and I think you'll find a lot of things that we can eliminate, like private fireworks. That we know nobody wants fireworks right now at all, but especially private ones, and we're not even permitting those these days. But so that'll shorten things up. I think the one thing I would like to keep pretty much the same as the questions about land use, since we have this huge land use discussion that's coming up, and I think some direction from the community would be very helpful for us. As part of that is section, 13?
It doesn't ask specifically, the way it's worded, I'm not sure what it is they're answering under land use, Patty. Do you know what I mean? Where it says house size. What about it? Where is that? I'm looking.
Well, you have to have pretty succinct answers, like, I think there's a benefit, are you neutral on it? I think that's pretty, some benefit of having smaller houses or limitations on house size. That's how you would answer it. Number 5, limitations on house size would be a great benefit. No, I think that's pretty clear.
Number 5, which category?
I'm talking under 13, number 3, limitations on
Under
house size.
13, okay,
The
wait.
response is if you
Just trying
circle
to find
5,
it.
that's your great
Yeah,
benefit.
limitations on house size. Isn't that response how we're doing on that? User zoning, please rate the benefit of each of the following.
We want to know if the community thinks limiting house size is a benefit to the community.
Okay, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
I get that. Sometimes it's like, are you benefiting from this, or is the county doing a good job with this? It's kind of hard to tell
history
what
is-
it is you're rating.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting to see how that is
Helpful in your answers.
grown in a benefit. It used to not be, it used to be neutral or no, now it's becoming more of an issue.
Yeah.
And I think moving into that discussion with the community this next year, that would be very helpful for us to know. So I think there's some of those those little things about the electronic recycling, maybe condense those sections so there's not 8 things listed. That'd shorten up the thing, and then it'd provide us the opportunities to ask about things related to pandemic recovery and, some of the things like domestic violence and under the mental health, and a lot of people skip it, So I think John's right, and we should send it back. I think and say, this is kind of what we'd like to have more of a, where are we today? So the community doesn't go, where are you today? Kind of a response. Is Kelly's right on the mark on that.
Another piece of context that I think could be useful is there will be in the roadmap to recovery process of thinking about COVID recovery throughout the rest of this year and going forward, there will be opportunities for quite a bit of public engagement and surveying of community sentiment on COVID response and recovery. We don't know exactly what those questions or what that public engagement will be at this point, but there will be opportunities to do community engagement that is very specific to COVID response and recovery in that process. And so with that in mind, and I think hearing John's suggestion as well, I think one way that we could think about pandemic recovery themes are what are the policy type questions or that are longitudinally will be helpful and useful year on year here going forward. Could be a way for the pandemic specifically to hone in some in this survey.
And I'm wondering too, and that's I think that's perfect, because it's in itself its own survey. And I think the same thing maybe with public health, looking at where we're going to take public health in the future, where, because it's still new, it's still evolving department, and our needs changed so dramatically from when we first started it, right, Greg? We had these 13 points we were supposed to succeed in. I mean, it's by the state statute, and then that got literally thrown out the window, and that's going to be coming back to us. So maybe that's another opportunity for community engagement and a survey of its own kind of nature when we got to the public health department, because that technically could be a 6-page questionnaire because of all the issues related to public health and the pandemic.
Greg, and then I'm going to jump in.
Yeah, thanks. Just I appreciate that suggestion, Laura. If there are going to be other surveys, that gives us a little bit more latitude. I would say the quality of life in the county survey is easily as important as the pandemic unwrapping or the mental health or public health. We've seen, because of the pandemic, we've seen a huge influx in full-time or more time residents in the community and a lot more tourism. So I'd have to say the effects from the pandemic on tourism and the actual population in the valley is significant enough that we should be trying to get a handle on public sentiment around that. As we say, the only thing worse than a lot of empty second homes are when they're all full, right, in terms of, demand on our resources. And so I think there ought to be a way to include questions in there about that, whether it's in a second, post-pandemic survey or if it's part of this one. I think how are we doing maintaining the quality of life vis-a-vis the rapidly growing population might be something, in either survey, honestly, for me.
No, thanks, Greg. I support that. I was going to hone in on maybe a couple of specific questions that might get at that in some of these sections. So, I think we should include a short-term rental question under growth. I don't know what that necessarily is. It could be as general as should we be limiting short-term rentals in neighborhoods, or or something even more generic along those lines. And maybe a question related to our economy. I don't know if it's, because I think this is something we could ask over time. Should the county be involved in economic development? Should the county, work on economic diversity, or something like that. And whether that is in this survey or whether it's in the pandemic survey, we could always do that in the recovery survey and then carry it into a future county survey. But, I feel like it is an important question to ask, kind of along the lines of what Francie brought up with like a living wage, something like that. So, yeah. Those are a couple things that I would like to see in addition. What else? What other direction do you need? So I see Steve's hand up. Steve, go ahead, and then we'll check in with Laura and John Peacock on what more we need to provide to be clear. Go ahead, Steve.
So there are other surveys that are done periodically. There are Open Space and Trails, I think, does some occasional trail surveys of trail users, that they're actually someone standing out there with a clipboard and asking questions. Public Health Department or Health and Human Services does every 5 years. They do a analysis of the public health needs in the community, and we kind of need to sync with what other surveys we are doing, just to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts there. And I don't know at what stage these different things are being done, but maybe we need to check with all the different departments and just find out, do they have a survey process going on now or next year or something, that we don't want to confuse the public or duplicate efforts or something unnecessarily.
Thank you, Steve. So Laura and John Peacock, have we made your life impossible to move forward? What additional clarity can we offer in the last 4 minutes?
Yeah, because we have a deadline of August 8th, right?
I'll just jump in real quick. I think if we can have some latitude, as Steve said, if there are other sources of information or data that either are or will be available, we might prioritize not having those necessarily in this survey, but paying attention to being able to bring that data back. And just to recount, it sounds like, particularly on those more policy-oriented questions, really taking a little bit of a do-over and prioritizing the issues that were brought up by the board today for prioritization, and then trying to get the survey cut back at least to a level where ETC feels like we're going to get our enough people responding to it that we have a statistically valid survey is good. Laura, I guess I would turn it over to you, though, for any further detailed questions.
Thanks, John. I think I've been taking notes on the policy type priorities that have been mentioned today, and we can work with those. I think the last piece, and I've taken notes as well on what some folks have mentioned around things that could be removed or deprioritized. And so I think that if there's any further direction on items that feel less urgent that haven't come up today, that's the last piece. And I think, as John said, if we could have some latitude to do that and then come back with a next draft, that might be the easiest way to take the next step.
Okay, Greg?
Great. Yeah. Thanks, Laura. I think that's a good direction. If this list for discussion, did you just put this together, or was this anticipating the conversation? Either way, I was going to say I would go through every category and look for redundancies and things that could be trimmed, and then I would look for the opportunities to put in anything tied to quality of life. I can look at my list of things like, wow, the construction just seems to be going on all the time. Should we be considering certain blackout dates for construction, if there are, or more, if we already have them? Things like that. It's like, well, that goes into a quality of life. How do you insert that into the quality of life category I'd love to know, how do people feel? Old timers will tell you it's not the way it used to be. New people will say this is the best place on earth. So where do we fall in the middle, and how are we doing? How is that rate of decay as for the old timers going? And is it really tolerable? I think we're still a pretty nice place to live. So that's where I would look for opportunities to measure those things that really affect people, and that's congestion and noise and pollution, and so good luck with that. I can't wait to see what you come up with.
You kind of just said life. Life's kind of in the way of.
All right, additional feedback on areas to trim. Yeah.
No, we don't need 2 questions on childcare. Like, one time, is there accessibility to affordable childcare? Because if there's accessibility to childcare that's not affordable, do we really care? You know what I mean?
Yep.
If you can't afford it,
10
you can't.
people have these great babysitters that are super expensive.
Yeah, I guess I would just suggest, I think in each of these sections, there's ways to, I would just approach, like, what is this question telling us, really? Like, is it just reaffirming sort of things we've heard in the past, or is it giving us new information? Yeah, that's how I would approach it. Yeah, Francie.
I think there's one category that's not touched on, at least I didn't see it, and that is traffic. So,
Some of the
not that there's anything good to say about traffic here,
No.
but so all the answers are going to be horrific, but it's really about our quality of life. Big time right now.
It's kind of the same as how many people are going to say they're making enough money.
Well, there's a whole transportation section.
Yeah, they
that
could,
gets
but
at that.
Yeah.
kind of know the answer to traffic, as I'm counting all the bazillion cars driving by, or at least they're moving. I'm gonna run and get some water.
Okay. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you
Great
all.
to have you with us for our first formal presentation. Greg, did you have
Thanks,
another
Laura.
thought, or are you waving goodbye?
Only a thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, cheers. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Laura.
So we're moving on. Our second agenda item today is an update on the renovation at 123 Emma Road. And I will give Jody a few minutes to get set up here. Hi, Jody.
Hi, Jody.
You have a few more accoutrements than the last time I saw you.
Extra legs.
Yeah.
Is there any way to turn down the air conditioning in here?
Turn it down.
I
You
mean,
can
I don't know how everybody else feels, but I
play
think
with,
it's chilly. Do you think it's chilly? No? You're hot? I usually am. I'm just,
If you want to, like,
it
mess
might
with
have been the
yeah.
rainstorm I came through that makes me think that it's chilly in here.
Yeah.
Hail.
I think I layer more in the summer than I do in the winter. Okay. Hi, Jody.
Hi, how
Nice
are
to
you?
see you. Let us know when you're
Let me
ready and we'll
turn my
get started.
camera on.
Don't have my glasses on.
Okay.
Set on 72.
It's pretty hot.
Feels like 65 to me.
Where is present? Share screen. Got it.
We've lost a few people. I'm sorry. We can get started and they'll join us.
Can you tell me how to share that? I just want to share this one right here.
So we need to have it. Oh, is it?
It's open. I don't know where it is. I didn't see it there. It's here, that's why. Okay. I got it. Sorry.
Okay, sorry for the delay, folks. We're getting set up here technologically.
Okay. Thank you. Jody Smith, Pickens County Facilities Director. And today I'm here to present to you the River Park Center project update. This project was approved in December for a public health offices. I loved the conversation that you had before, talking about how public health has changed since those early days in 2018 when you all had a plan and then the plan fell apart. So we have been working on this since January to build a space for public health in the River Park Center, and that's at 123 Emma. Most people know it as the Stubbies building. So you can see here on the screen where that's located on the map and where the scope of work is there. When the board approved this, it was a $1.2 million project. We've been working with our construction team along with Melissa Jodas with IT, Jordana and Suzuho in public health, and Kathy in risk management. Where we are today in the project is that it is 100% design complete, and I'm going to tell you the bonuses of the flexibility, et cetera, that we have here. We're expecting the building permit soon, and that we're scheduled right now to start in August. So with that, just to take a step back, that, Pickens County owns this building. We do lease space to Stubbies, Subway, and Mountain Family Health. Again, this was approved as a public health office in the beginning of this, when it was approved in 2018. We came to the board several months ago, and we heard loud and clear the concerns of the commission that what is our workforce of the future? What is our workspace of the future? Since COVID, everything had changed. And the concerns that there might be changes to how we use our space up here and at Health and Human Services, and even at the Emma River Park Center. And so we took a step back and really looked at what our renovation looked like and how would it meet the flexibility and standards that you guys would be looking for, so that we have opportunities to really change the dynamic of that renovation at any direction. And I'm going to show you that here in here. Again, we took a closer look. We also looked at the climate goals. We wanted to make sure that we were addressing those. We're pretty far along in the process, but I did want to make sure you knew that we did go in and look at what we are doing and what we are not able to do at this point unless the board redirects us. That the climate action, that the entire project is really electric. It's really electricity centric, with the exception of the gas-fired rooftop units, and there are 2 of those. They do have really high efficiency compressors for cooling, so that is a plus. And then those compressors run on electricity, so they're not pulling gas to cool. The only time we'll be using gas is when we're heating that space. And again, both the units, the 3-ton and the 5-ton units, are 28 to 30% more efficient than actual code requires. And some of the barriers that we had there was, if we would have to redo structurally the whole roof in order to put a electric rooftop unit on the building, and we would have to redo the entire ductwork. Right now, the ductwork goes through the Hope Palace space, and it goes up into, it goes into subway, and then it also distributes air into some of the other upstairs spaces. So for efficiencies, our plan was to reuse some of that stuff, but we wouldn't be able to do that if we went electric. So we're recommending that we use these 2 rooftop units for heating only. There are economizers on those units which pull in outside air, which, you know, we used to have the luxury of having some cool summers or cool summer nights where we're not doing that all the time. I know that climate is changing, and we are having to cool more, but so there is favorable items in this project that keeps us kind of within the climate action. We have all high energy, high efficiency LED lighting. All of our water is on electric Insta-heat units, so we're not heating water in a big tank. They're on a 4-gallon under the sink, and that's it. So it's very efficient, and it's all electric. Let's see.
Hey, Jody, can I jump in and
Sure.
just because I think a lot of these improvements would have to be made regardless of the future use of the building. Is that correct?
Absolutely. These were at end of life. Several, when we purchased the building, we had money to replace them years ago, or a couple of years ago, and then we reallocated that knowing we didn't know what we were going to do with that building. And we were waiting for Hope Palace to move out. And so that was part of the bigger plan, is to not do it back then, was to do it now. What I would like to do then is show you the rest of the presentation here. This is
Can I
suite.
ask a quick question
Sure,
before
go
you go
ahead.
on? I think what I heard you say when you were summarizing, when I was reading this as well as your summary today, is that it's not quite state-of-the-art environmentally in the new design, but that is because that would require new ducting and some things that actually would offset the value of being more environmentally, progressive, I guess. Is that pretty much what you said?
Yes and no. So yes, we're energy efficient and we meet climate as far as our electrical our consumption of, with the exception of the heating. So yes, we're not quite there, but we're as energy efficient as it can be and above.
With the budget that we're working under.
Yeah, and the other thing with that is we did look at it, and if we went to all electric, not only is it structural and the reuse of the ducts, is that we would have to change the entire electrical panel system on the building, which then affects all of the other tenants. So the impact is great. Our hope was that we could move this project forward now with the knowing that these particular rooftop units have a 20 to 30 year lifespan. As we go through our big master planning for climate action, we could take care of the buildings, prioritize buildings with our energy manager, and then figure out a plan, and maybe those would then come up, towards the end of their life of replacing those and to meet our dates.
Okay, great, thank you.
So the floor plan you see here is the Hope Palace space, and we built this so that you would be able to see. I need to get rid of this little picture here because I can't see there. So the front door is here, and you come in. There's a reception desk, and then touchdown spaces. Those green things are the ductwork that we have to reuse.
I was wondering what those were.
Yeah, so those are ductworks. You can see that there's a couple of meeting rooms. There's a 10-person meeting room and a 6-person meeting room. There's a comfort room. There's a small kitchen. And in particular, what I did here is I really outlined where in these red lines here, the only hard walls that we're building. So really our focus was to build out the space to the hard walls that needed it. And then, which was just the comfort room and then the bathroom and the janitor's closet. The rest of this will be an empty shell when they are done. And then it's just systems furniture from that point. I mean, the wall systems are very much like what you have up in your own offices, cubicles, glass walls, sit-stand desks, and then the modern equipment for meetings and technology. So in the future, whether the future be next month or next year, that you wanted to, like we come up with our bigger plan, and we want to re-rent this out to a commercial, like we don't need the space, we could certainly take the furniture out and it can become anything you guys want it to be based on future planning. It could be just centralized work touchdown spaces. So public health is very aware that the opportunities in this space as we start to work for our long range plan of what is the future work office, that they may end up in the admin building or they may end up somewhere else within a year. But this gives them their workspace now, and then we can then modify or just open this up. People could reserve spaces as our employees in Mid-Valley. You could have meetings down there. So I think the point is that this is extremely flexible for our future. And then the same thing with the upstairs. The only hard walls, well, there's a few more here, is making this meeting room of 12 to 20 people, which we don't have in the Mid-Valley. There is a inclusive restroom and then the janitor's closet and the server room. So those are the hard walls. But then we have this open concept area here where we have 4 touchdown spaces for hoteling or however people want to reserve those. And then another one here where the red chair is. Again, making this flexible for, right now, public health would want to use it, but it doesn't mean that they have to use it. We could open it up on a reserve kind of deal. The other thing that's a bonus about this space is that we do have a entryway here, a separate entrance, so we could use this meeting room while people are in public health working, that this meeting room can be used with a separate access, not going through the space while they are using it or whoever is using it in the future. And then there's also an entryway on this side so that they can come to the kitchen and bathrooms. So that's pretty much what we have done. The parking lot improvements, you can see the...
question before you go on.
Sure, go ahead.
Can the janitor's closet and the server room be flexible spaces as well? Like, do they need hard walls there, or can they?
Yeah,
if they
by
don't have
code.
plumbing or,
Yeah, I think by code they have to have hard walls for
Especially the server.
the server room, and yeah. But if we decided to not have a server room, I mean, in the future we could take it down, but I mean it's only going to be drywall.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
So,
understand.
but yeah,
Steve?
it's not quite as flexible as downstairs where it's just a big
Yeah, I
vacant
just
spot.
was sort of like, oh, there's just stuff in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Steve, go ahead.
Jody, is there not to the right of this room another meeting room that maybe Mountain Family Health is using that was sort of a county meeting room at one point in time?
Yes, so there is a large meeting room that goes right out to this pole, this post right here. So it is the full length there. I do not know how accessible that has been. I don't know if John has any experience with how accessible that's been for county use. John, do you want to give feedback?
Yeah, so Yeah, thanks, Jody. It's so Mountain Family Health has made it available. I think what we're finding is that there's a lot of demand for Mid-Valley meeting space now, and so it is there's oftentimes conflicting kind of events or meetings for those spaces. So we also have some meeting space on the south side where the translator is, and right now, Jody, I think you're experiencing this. That's oversubscribed at the moment too.
Yes. They have some really big meetings at Translator in the communications technology department, so they've been using that room nonstop, and it hasn't been available to other departments.
Yeah, and just to give the board an idea of the meetings aren't necessarily public meetings per se, but every time we've got a capital project or such going on, there's going to be regular project team meetings. So every one of those mountaintop sites that Jeff is working on, or the multiple partners in the healthcare and mental health space that may be using the facilities at Mountain Family Health. That's really what's generating the demand, is more of those administrative and partnership types of meetings. And there's a lot more of them, which is a good thing. It's good that we've had these facilities available.
Any other
questions?
Okay. The last piece of this project.
Oh, sorry, Greg does have a question.
Yeah, no, I think the layout's great. You've made a layout that seems to be, able to pivot as needed, and appreciate the need for the space. Will having Subway right next door on that adjoining wall be an issue, I wonder, or Mountain Family Health for that matter? Is it designed with the thought of noise or smells from the neighbors? I guess Subway doesn't probably have a distinct smell unless it's cheese
like
or
the whole palace
meatballs
did.
or something. Just wondering about that. But I think it looks great. I still have questions just regarding. I'm not really clear on the energy thing yet, and so I did want to ask about the gas-fired rooftop unit. I don't know if that heats the entire building or just heats the upstairs. It's not really clear to me. And I guess the other question I had is, do we have a consulting engineer who really understands what a transition to electric would look like? What I'm told nowadays is that every architect will say they know how to do it, but they might not. And I think it's becoming a specialized thing. So if we're buying new gas-fired units, that would raise some red flags for me, because that puts us back 20 years or more for the life of those units. I just want to make sure we're really certain that putting in a heat pump may actually solve the problem without adding any weight to the roof. I just want to make sure I understand the issue. I don't want to nitpick on it, but I also want to make sure I'm comfortable that you've turned over every stone with the qualified people who would know about this stuff, and that's what I don't know, so forgive me.
Jody, do you want to
So
take any
maybe
of those
I'll jump in here, because based on follow-up from the library boiler discussion, we are doing a statement of work, and we'll be coming back to the board for that consulting and capital planning for all county facilities. However, putting everything on hold until that's done means that we actually don't have places for some of our people right now. And so this is even if we were to replace these are fairly small units. They're not quite like the library boiler, but before we start doubling or tripling potentially the cost of doing these projects, on an ad hoc basis, I would really encourage the board to get through that overall cap, because you may spend a lot of money here that's low value. from an environmental perspective and not have it available for a bigger opportunity. We have been sitting on this one for a while, and these are smaller existing units, Greg, that I think if we even look 10 or 15 years out towards electrification or whatever that timeline ends up being as we work through all our facilities, probably would not be as major of a concern if we were to replace them at that time.
Okay, all right. So this isn't brand new. We're not putting in brand new legacy hardware. That's what I'm hearing you say. This isn't brand new stuff.
Well, I think the rooftop unit it's a higher efficiency, but they are smaller units. They're not like hundreds of thousands of dollars types of units like the library was. And so if we were to shorten their useful life in favor of electrification, that may not be as big a hit as it was with the library.
It's glad to know you're taking that into consideration. That it may be we just have to do this in the short term, but we don't. But looking long term, hopefully other solutions will come up.
You're just dating. You're not getting married.
But don't tell your wife that.
Okay, we have a couple more minutes, and I think we have a parking plan.
Can I go before parking?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Patty. Yeah.
Is there a vacancy right now at Southside? Are we leasing space?
Southside is being used to temporarily house public health while we're doing this construction. Then we'll move it back over. But we do have a high demand of employees asking for touchdown spaces in the Mid-Valley, and we cannot accommodate them. We had
No. My question is, there's a for lease sign out in front of the Southside building.
It's the building next door.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
You're right.
So if we're going to build 20 touchdown spaces in here, I still have not seen any information as to who's employed in public health. We had temporary term limited positions, and I know we still have some issues out there with the pandemic, but I need to see that information because we went from 5 employees to 30 something. Now we're down to, we need 20 touchdown spaces just for public health. I thought public health still had some space at Human Health Services building. What's going to happen with that space? I'm going to get back to like Greg does with his electric boilers versus gas boilers.
Yeah.
I have concerns over that information has not come back to the board as to who's employed in public health, what are the term limited positions, where's the transition, what are we doing? I don't have a problem with the increased budget on this because we know the cost of construction, but it's a lot of space, which is a lot of utilities, it's a lot of energy that's going into heating this building. I think the meeting space, especially that training area, is really valid. But I just am not comfortable with 20 touchdown spaces for employees I have no idea about. And when I agreed to approve them with much, pushing and shoving, and it was that those positions would come back to the BOCC so we would know what's going on in that department. And I have not seen that information.
Thanks, Patty.
Well, yeah, do you want me to respond to that at all?
Yeah, John, go ahead, and then Steve, I see your hand. We'll go to you next.
Yeah. Patty, I didn't know you had ever asked that question. It comes up, I say, every meeting. So we are working there. There's been just a lot of changes, as you can imagine, that both the state and the CDC have been recommending. So we are working with presentation of the budget on that scaling plan and what the timelines are for public health. We do know that the state and the feds are at different levels and with grant dollars are requiring that certain capacities be maintained through 2023. It will not be, Patty, to your point, at the same level of staffing that we've certainly had through the last year of the pandemic, but we've been trying to take into account that demand right now. We were already crunched. The Schultz building, I think we had four seats in. Is that right? Unique to public health, Jody?
We originally had 5 employees when we had the public health retreat before the pandemic. Then the request was going to be for 13 more employees, so each employee could do one of the tasks outlined by state statute. And the Board of Health was like, wait a minute, doesn't mean we have to do them all at the same time. We can prioritize. Now we have 20 employees in that department, and I have not seen anything as to what they're doing. So that's what I would like, what the positions are, what their jobs are, which ones are term limited. We're supposed to come back.
Yeah, no, and we'll be bringing all that back. That's why I wanted to prompt Jody that we were going to have to do a down to the studs on this space, regardless of whether we're renting it back out to someone, using it for a different department. I'm sorry, Blue's trying to participate in the meeting in the background.
And John, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with getting this thing geared up and ready to go. I have a problem with $130,000 in chairs and desks, for touchdown spaces when I don't know who's going to be in them. So that's my concern. We need to get rid of the smell, number one, of the whole palace, but and all the issues that went with the whole palace, and clean it up. And we need to have this as usable space. And there's some aspects, like I said, the meeting room, the training room, I think are good. But back to who's going to be in those seats, that's just the information I would like to have before me and the rest of the board to see.
And I will say that the downstairs is 10 desks, so there's 10 touchdowns down there, and that's what we planned for with the 4 upstairs or 5 upstairs.
5 upstairs.
But
15.
Not knowing if they are going to use that upstairs or not. So
depending
on how that grows.
Before I buy $130,000 worth of furniture, I need to know. I mean, I'd like to see that information, and I'll ask for it again too, John, just in case, just so you know. I'm persistent on that one. Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome. I'm with you, Patty. I know you've been asking. I'll attest for you. Steve, and then let's wrap this up, please. Yeah, Steve, go ahead.
So I see the long-term use of this space is very likely to be people from various departments who live down valley using it at least part of the time to save the entire commute into Aspen. And in that sense, it would be an employee retention workspace to have greater employee satisfaction. When they don't need to travel clear to Aspen, they can come just to Basalt and have a great place to work and meet with coworkers there. Maybe some departments will have permanent space there for part of their employees. I think it will, in the long term, lead to greater employee satisfaction and probably greater service to the public and just more accessibility for the public who lives down valley for some of the departments to come here rather than clear to Aspen. So I'm okay with realizing Patty's concerns about the size of the public health department, that is in flux and will probably be changing down the road. But for the long term, I feel good about these upgrades we're doing right now.
But please keep in mind, we spent a lot of taxpayers' dollars building the beautiful building that we're sitting in right now. And we need to remember that we built it for our employees to be employed in this building. And I have concern about creating other spaces so that people don't have to come into the building that we built for them to work from. And that's bothersome for me.
Okay, thank you. Jody, let's go to the rest of your presentation.
Sorry, Jody,
please.
your parking lot.
So parking lot, really, this is just 100% safety issues where we have ice and drainage and problems of, this parking lot's been problematic for probably its whole life. So, now it's way busier because we have the Roaring Fork Apartments next door, and they use that lot for their trash and recycling, and as do we. So this is really just safety upgrades. And then, I think the crux of my message today is, due to inflation and added costs. We are over budget on this. The $1.2 million that the board approved did exceed. We're $126,668 over budget. We do have a guarantee of the 1002222 from FCI, along with we need our soft costs and other obligations that the county is committed to, and then along with our architectural permits, et cetera. So we are, I would like to ask the board to direct us on, do we move this forward and come back with a budget supplemental, or do you want me to de-scope or just wait and don't order any furniture? Really, for us to move ahead and have this project where public health moves in the end of November, is that I would have to pull the trigger on ordering the furniture by August 1st for the lead times on that. But that, and if we decide not to do that, we're certainly okay with it, but that would displace them into Southside and kind of working out schedules with human services. They're all sharing desks and working through that.
Okay. So that is the direction request from Jody. I'm going to look to the board. I will support it. And others?
I'll support the increases. We know costs of construction have gone up. I don't want to delay it. I just am concerned about buying desks for that many people. And, you know, we have people here that I've already voiced my concerns. So I think the project needs to move forward, and I would like to have the information before I buy $130,000 worth of desks and chairs.
I'll support it.
Okay. Greg and Steve?
Support.
Okay, thank you. Greg?
Yeah, I'll support it. I hear Patty's concerns. I keep thinking, wow, what happens to whenever we do something like this? Do we get rid of old furniture, or is there, could we be frugal and pull furniture in from various other locations rather than buying new? Those questions always come up, and I trust you to make the right decisions on that.
Yeah, and just so that, and Jody, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are buying systems that are compatible from building to building. And so as we either go to, whether it's more touchdown spaces or such in the future, you'll probably increase densities. I think a lot of this is going to be reusable in other places. If that were the decision in the future, and or it's just office space that can be used, by a different department.
Yeah. There goes my question of why can't we use the desks that aren't being used now and the chairs that aren't being used now and use them there? Because right now we have people who are splitting their days coming into this building, so there's not always, they want to keep their own little desk here, but, is it touchdown here? And, I just think it's a redundancy in office space, office equipment. So, all right, I'm a lone ranger on that, and I probably will continue, but I really have concerns about taxpayer dollars.
And I will just say that there are chairs at Southside that I am repurposing and bringing over to that office because they have too many over there. And then we have too many meeting tables here in this building that I'm taking over there. So I have looked at that, and I will continue to look at that as we develop. I mean, the furniture plan's done, but I have excluded certain things knowing that we have a surplus in other places. And then just one last remark is that I know that that the senior center is looking at doing some remodeling to the same systems furniture. In the next year, as we develop our bigger, workplace of the future for this building, et cetera, if you decided to not use that furniture there, we could certainly just move it right into senior services. So it is compatible. I mean, we might have to buy some extra parts and pieces, but it could be very compatible. So it's a puzzle.
I have one last kind of bigger picture question about just master planning for this facility in terms of, long-term use.
The Emma Road facility?
Yeah, you know, what is that? What, do we have one? You know, will we develop one? You know, I just wonder, like, will there be a commercial aspect to the use? I think citizens rightfully will say, hey, you got all these people working down there. Why can't I come there for services? So what does that look like?
We did that in the past, and it wasn't utilized like we thought. We used to rent space down there, and we tried it multiple times in the past, and we just didn't get the service users that we did down there. So, and employees loved it because they didn't have to drive up here, but
But you mean, what you meant was more like, could we have the county assessor down there so people don't have to
Sure.
come up here?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We used to have county services down there.
Uh-huh.
You could register your car down, you could do other things.
And it wasn't utilized?
Not to the extent that the cost that we were paying out to
Right.
have the space there was no cost benefit for the county. And, you know, and I think it's great when people don't have to commute to work. But, you know, before the pandemic, they did. And, you know, into our beautiful building. That Jody did such a good job.
So, Kelly, just a couple of things there. I think the short answer is no, we do not have that long-term master plan for this facility. When we purchased 123 Emma Road, we had purchased it for two reasons. One, it saved us on the rent payments, and we had a fungible asset when we had to temporarily relocate when the building you're in was being built. And then two, we had the opportunity to partner with ABH and Mountain Family Health to expand the capacity of the Mountain Family Health Clinic. And so when we bought it, it was, you know, with the intent of the temporarily housing the county, having Mountain Family Health Services. And then we had anticipated that in the future, as demand grew, it would become kind of potentially a health and human services node and potentially a clerk and recorder service node. But we never really completed the plans for that. We anticipated that was space that we could plan for in the future. When we designed the administrative and sheriff's building that you're in now, we actually built less square footage than was projected as need at the time. We did that anticipating that a couple of things would happen. One, that there would be probably over the next 15 to 20 years digital transformation where people would start to work more from home, and we would move more towards hoteling and touchdown spaces in the future. I think what's happened to us is COVID has accelerated that conversation probably about 10 years ahead of where we thought. So we had really purchased Southside, and when we designed the admin building, anticipated digital transformation, and that we'd have about 10 or 15 years to plan for it. I think we're getting hit with it a little bit more quickly because of COVID right now.
But John, I have to add to that, we also designed this building with the idea we could expand it if need be. We had it engineered so the space that we did not build, we could add on to in the future if and when we needed it. So there's that other side of that story, let's not forget.
Yeah, we had two design elements, so that's right. There's the, if you go out on the third floor and look out the back window, you see all the white roofing there, but behind our offices actually. That is all designed in case we wanted to add to that third floor footprint. I think that's what you're referring to, Patty.
Yep.
And then we also designed with large spans and the furniture so that we could easily change the use of the building to accommodate different uses in the future instead of having as many hard walls. Those were two future design considerations.
The goal being to
I
have
don't know
our...
if that helps answer your question.
Yeah. Well, the goal being to house our employees under one roof. was a goal. And now we're kind of housing them under their own home roofs, and any roof we can find for them other than in this building.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jody, I think you have your direction, and we'll
Thank you.
see the supplemental and future agendas. Thank you.
Thanks,
you.
Jody. Are you
Okay,
okay?
so we've, I've let us go into our break. I apologize for that.
That's okay. I'm ready to keep rolling if you are.
So let's
You need
move
some
on
help
through,
turning the
and then
computer
after our citizen board interviews,
Jody?
I'll check in for a break. And so, moving on to our next agenda item is the jail safety project update. Jody's still with us. I also see we have some staff and guests in the room. Did you want to join us up here? Will you be presenting?
I think Joe is coming, so I think
Okay,
we'll let him join us.
Well,
okay.
So,
Hi, ladies.
How are you?
how did
Good.
hold on, I signed out. I thought it was.
you're not done yet, Jody.
Oh, yeah.
I need like a soda.
Are any of you planning on going to the wolf reintroduction thing in Basalt?
When? It's next week, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm out of town.
tonight is the Glenwood open house, which is a little bit different than,
Hi.
it is,
Are you joining us?
Are
up
you
here?
joining us?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, fantastic.
I saw Alex in flip-flops the other day. I was so impressed.
it's tomorrow morning from 9 to 11.
Where is it?
No, I have a
Basalt.
conflict.
I want to make sure I'm back here at noon, so, and I've been in Basalt for the last. I thought when's your big one though, wasn't it?
Okay,
The 27th, it's a Tuesday.
Jody,
Yeah.
should we wait
It's
for
in
the
Craig.
sheriff?
Yes,
But
if
I
you
have,
don't
I
mind,
have
and then-
ACRA, so we don't
Come
start
on
till
up.
later that day anyway.
The 27th?
Are we allowed to be
You won't
close
be here?
together?
We have
Do we
ACRA
have
in
to
the
be 6
morning.
feet apart?
We don't have work
I don't
session
know
in the
what the
mornings because of
recommendations are.
ACRA.
You're gonna stay there? Oh, thanks.
You're good.
Okay.
You know, if you're vaccinated, no mask. If you're not, that mask and social distancing is what I understand the
Okay.
If you're uncomfortable,
requirements are for the building and public health in general.
So just walk around with a mask in case.
I do, I carry them everywhere, just in case.
There's still my cars, my purses.
I had one hooked to my button in the back today, and I couldn't figure out what it was.
Hi there.
Hi.
Welcome. Nice to
Make
see
yourselves at
everyone.
home.
Join us wherever.
Well, if you're gonna say anything, we need you on a mic.
Hi, Terry. How are
Where's
you?
your flip-flops?
Good.
So disappointed.
Why is my meeting not, there we are.
All right, so the last few minutes, we're getting set up here to have our jail safety project update, and our facilities director, Jody Smith, will guide us through this. And nice to see everybody.
Yeah, really nice to see everybody.
So stop here.
And the roses in front of the jail look beautiful.
Yay.
Mhm.
All right, so now I want to share. It's open. Okay. All right. Thank you, Jody Smith, Pickens County Facilities Director. And with me today is Kim Valerio, who is the jail commander, Alex Brichetta, who's the undersheriff, Joe DeSalvo, sheriff, and Kathy Litzganen, who is our risk manager. And today we wanted to give you an update on the jail safety project. At our last meeting, which was in March, we presented to you an update that became very confusing. And so the board gave us some direction to separate the jail safety with the long-term plan for the jail. So today's focus will really be on the jail safety short-term 2 to 3 year fix. With that, though, there is a long-term planning that is continuing, and that's being led by the county manager and the sheriff, who are establishing process goals, public outreach, those types of things. And I wanted just to take a moment and allow Joe and John to give you a high level of what they're doing on that long-term planning before we go into the safety, just so that we can know what they're working on. And with that.
Well, you caught me by surprise, Jody. I didn't know we were going to be first ones up.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Look, after our last meeting, we certainly took to heart what the board, was telling us, and the understanding that, the jail is really just one part of what is overall a complex criminal justice system. And it's really the way that criminal justice system develops and implements policies and procedures that directly influences any need for jail beds and infrastructure. And as such, jail planning and system planning really have to go hand in hand. Really understanding how a population should be managed really needs to precede that design. And we know that communities that achieve the best results, and by best results, I mean low recidivism, high public safety, high staff safety, high inmate or client safety, and lower costs, really pay attention to making judicious use of jail facilities and reserving jail beds for those offenders that pose the highest risk. And so it's really focusing on that full continuum that includes alternatives to jail that are available in a community and are based on evidence-based practices. So it can include the sanctions and treatments that are alternative to jails. And Pickens County has always been a leader in implementing these practices, but that leadership is really developed organically over time, right? And with different levels of cooperation. So, what Jody's going to be talking to you about today are shorter term physical safety improvements to the facility while we go through longer term planning. And one of the we've established an internal project team, kind of as Jody was indicating, but really to do this parallel system planning along with jail planning. What we'd like to be able to do is put together, I guess what we're calling right now, at least, a Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee for Pickens County, CJCC. And the purpose of that group would be to help key decision makers, and the key decision makers really, at the end of the day, are the sheriff and this board in terms of what facilities either get developed and programs get developed going forward. And this Justice Committee would really help you then understand the complex and interrelated nature of the criminal justice system here in Pickens County, and the best way to invest resources in programs as well as jail infrastructure going forward. Really, this group would provide a forum for that jail and system planning, and hopefully would act in an ongoing capacity, tracking data, monitoring policy, and reviewing program implementation. What we propose for this next step is really a group that has broad representation including representation from our Sheriff's Department, the 9th Judicial District, really starting with the Chief Judge, District Attorney, Public Defender, Police Chief. We'd like to propose that the board consider appointing a representative to be part of this group and to be a liaison between this group and the board. Our Human Services Department, our Public Health Department / our Mental Health Coordination function there, and myself as a starting point to really start to look at the systems and how they can work together and where the jail fits in. And so long term, we want to do something along those lines, which we would be having those planning discussions while the jail is continuing to be used and these short-term safety improvements are made. So I probably see, Jody, if you let me go up front, I take too much time.
I know, and I'm sure everyone's burning with questions, and we have 20 minutes to go over the project.
So we can bring that back. It's more just to let you know that we do understand the difference between that long-term and short-term. So we will bring this back to the board.
Okay, thank you. Joe, anything else you'd like to add on that right now?
No, I think John covered everything.
Okay, all right. Great, I've put it under future agendas. I'll make sure we get it on there expeditiously.
Our growing list of future agendas.
Okay, Jody, go ahead, lead us through this
Great.
safety project upgrade.
Thank you. Yeah, so really our point was just we wanted to make sure you were informed about the difference in where we're going on those tracks. And I'm not going to go through the background on this. You know that we've done several assessments on the jail. Those were broken up into 4 priorities. The jail safety is going to stick with the priority 1, which is critical life safety issues for the building occupants. And then partially priority 2, which is issues that pose a risk to the safety and security of the facility itself. So not 100% of that, and then the other priorities, or all of these priorities, will fall within the bigger picture that happens. So with that, I'm going to show you some slides on what we've done. And again, this is a 2 to 3 year fix. We originally had $500,000 to do this fix. That was our original guess in our budget, and plus the original, or the soft cost, which was another $500,000 of kind of planning for this fix. We did go out to, we did get estimate on our option 1, which was a high level, what we kind of showed you in March. And we found that came in at $1.8 million. And I'm going to show you the two differences here on your screen, and I'll kind of focus in on them. So the first option that we looked at was very focused on safety and operational improvements. And it was 4,600 square feet affected. And you can see there it had 7 holding cells, 4 housing units, the booking desk, work release, and medical and intoxilizer. Well, we went back with Kim and Alex and Joe and Kathy and even our IT, Melissa Jodas, and we really looked at what do we need. And of course, Kim brought in many of her staff or her leads in the department of what do we really need to do for this fix so that we're not wasting money, taxpayer dollars, right? And so we did come up with an option 2, which really focused on the safety only improvements, knowing that we're now in intake. People aren't staying for long periods of time, 48 to 72 hours at the max. They're being brought up from Garfield. We do have an intergovernmental agreement with Garfield for them to house our employees, or our tenants, sometimes our employees, on that. But, to really reduce the scope of work so that we're really getting the bang for our buck, but, and the safety was the key thing on here. So you can see in option 1, you can see here that there's a lot more involved in here. And then in option 2, we reduced the scope. And You can see that work release is still very much involved as far as making ADA compliance and getting them safe furniture. The booking desk has been dramatically reduced to bring it back and build the safety protection and barrier that the booking desk needs. We continue to keep our holding cells as they are, but new furniture is really the big part of that, right? And then the housing units, again, making an ADA cell, making it very flexible so that that it can house a female and a male in either side, so that they're still separated per the jail criteria that needs to happen. We did take out doing anything with the medical room and intoxilizer except for furniture. So really, again, we reduced this a lot. The new construction budget is $950. With our all-in cost, we're looking at $1.3 million to do this fix for the safety. So I think our entire team feels great about it. Again, there's our budget. We would like to ask for your feedback on this, and because we are $300,000 over budget on this, to ask for permission to come forward with a budget supplemental with those funds. The project can go under construction. If this is approved as shown here, we'll go to permitting within the next few days, and we'll hopefully be under construction in November. Right, permitting takes a while. So. And any questions for Joe or the team?
Jumping. Go ahead, Francie.
So, Joe or Kim, either one of you. So this is what's going to happen while the inmates are going to Garfield. And then in the meantime, we'll be discussing where we're going next when the Garfield arrangement comes to an end. Yes. And will this then be transferable if the long-term plan includes this particular jail with an upgrade for safety? Will this be able to stay, and then we'll make other changes that make it more durable?
I think Jody's the best one to answer that question. In short, I think some of it will, some of it won't. But Jody, please go ahead.
Yeah, it's not likely, but of course we would look at that. I mean, the furniture can be reused, so if we're putting in, detention grade toilets, detention grade bunks or beds, any of the detention grade equipment that we're putting in could certainly be reused. But as far as the booking area, there's probably, it depends on how it lays out too. So there's just no way to know, and it's probably not likely if it goes in this place. I'm guessing there would be a gut to the building, but there's no answers to that until John and Joe and Kim and Alex and Rich Englehart do their part with the community and find out what the real need is.
So the rest of the space that is just sort of not operational right now will just be on hold.
Right, anything you see there in gray is pretty much going to be vacant while this is, if we do this part of it, and it won't be used.
Keeps turning off. Joe, you keep turning off your speaker.
Oh, turning on? I thought I was turning them on. Pretty much anything in gray will basically be vacant space until we decide what to do with the inside of the jail long term.
And so this is just for when people are being initially booked, basically.
Basically, and correct me, Kim or Jody, if I'm wrong, this is just to make do with what we have now, which is a temporary holding. So right now, we've got temporary holding, and this is just an improvement to temporary holding at the cost of $1.3 million.
So that when they come in, it's a safer environment.
It's a safer environment than we currently have for temporary guests while we're waiting to send them to Garfield County. And then Jody's right, if you look at this 1.3 that we're spending, probably a lot of that, except for the furniture, and maybe some parts of this will probably be taken out, and we start with the empty shell, if that's the direction we decide to go in.
Patty.
Yeah, first of all, are you guys comfortable with option 2? We can be functional, I think the main thing for me is we're gonna have definitely increased level of safety for both our detainees, more importantly for our staff. And that we have work release up and running. Now, Kelly and I did a tour, thank you, Kim, and thank you, Jody. And I wanna make sure that one area in there where there was laundry and locker rooms, and that's gonna be addressed as part of this.
Dress
Thank you
out.
very much. Yes, we wanted to make sure that, and the wiring and all that stuff, the cables, and in the work release area, we talked about those specifics, so it kind of gives me goosebumps. We're actually going to get that up and running. And I think you're right, absolutely right, Joey, that we don't know what the future end result will be for the jail. So some of this we may find out it works, some it doesn't, and it's probably 3 or 4 years out. So I am comfortable moving forward with the $1.3 million, getting it started, getting it done. Getting our work release program, I think, is really, really critical to recidivism and just people being able to move on with their lives. I want people to be able to get out of the system into the life that they had as far as work and family income and survivability.
So
and
I do want to just
sustainability.
ask the confirming question, and then Joe, you can have the floor. When this is constructed, will work release be able to start back up? I don't know if there's
Under
the
this
continues, if
Yeah.
there continues to
Under
be
this
any
plan,
other
we-
restrictions related to COVID or something else that prevents work release
Yeah,
from
if it's
coming
anything
back.
except those anomalies, we should have work release up and running when this project is over.
And they won't
Fantastic.
be transferred to Garfield. The work-
Garfield doesn't have work release.
Yeah, okay.
They have a program called Work Enders, but it's not work release where you go out 8 hours a day, 7 days a week if you want, and come back at night. So I think that was a priority not only for us, but for the judges, and I think this community. The lights on. Okay, it's me.
Lights on, but nobody's home, Joey.
No, but I think it's best for this community, and it's what we want and what the judges want. So, yeah, I think that was a priority. So after this construction's done, we'll be able to house 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 people at work release at a time. But that probably will still be men 1 month, women another month, or whatever the timeframes are, because we don't have separate work release. So I just need to make that clear, that there'll still be a deficiency in this when it
Yeah.
comes to scheduling men and women for work release.
At least we're getting somewhere.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's no different than what we had before we, quote, closed the jail.
Right.
Men and women had, what were we, a month, Kim?
There's like every 4 months.
Every 4 months. So the judges were staying sentences for a male, for example, till the 4 months were over, and then he would start his work release sentence.
Okay, makes
And
sense.
Patty, if I could just add to what you said, I think one of the most exciting things about that I'm looking forward to, and I just want to make this clear, is that when we opened this jail in 1984, it was considered very progressive, and we had a lot of programs. I think that's what we need to focus on. We're going to have a really, if it all goes well, a progressive jail with progressive programs. We have a chance to gut something and start all over and make it just like the initial jail was, cutting edge. And I don't know, don't even ask me what that means, because cutting edge means it could be wildly crazy
don't know.
today, but totally acceptable in 10 years. And our jail was considered wildly crazy when it opened. And even when I instituted yoga, people thought we were nuts when we took out weights and all that stuff. That's now acceptable. So I think that's where I would like to keep focusing on, how progressive we're going to be when this is over.
Yeah, thanks, Joey.
Questions on the project and support for direction for the budget supplemental? Francie?
I'm just concerned about the medical exam room. That just seemed like such a unsafe place, and I'm wondering how often will you be needing to use it, Kim, under these circumstances? I mean,
So hopefully not, we won't use it that often. If we have someone that that is still a concern. One of the things that we are gonna do is move their office space up into, up there at the top, right there, Jody's circling it. So we'll move their office space up
okay,
there, which
okay.
won't cost us much, just some furniture. And so we're gonna redo that med exam, but we won't use it that often. There could be times, but if we have someone with more concerning medical issues, we're gonna send them to Garfield because they have 24
Okay.
medical care. So yeah, I agree, that was
Yeah.
definitely one of our concerns, but I think with this option, I think we can manage well.
So the office will go out and it'll just be a medical examiner?
Yes.
Great.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay.
Steve?
So I actually, looking at the plans, I would actually prefer the option number one, provided that the work we do fits into a long-term construction plan. When you look at the cost of $500,000 more, we're doing almost twice as much of square footage of the jail and bringing it up to date, up to technology, all the different things. If we do the smaller area, then at some point in the future, I presume we would again have to shut the jail down, move everybody out to hopefully Garfield County again, although that's not guaranteed. If we, just in order to do the further construction project for the long-term fix. If it could be demonstrated that doing everything in the option one is stuff that would have to be done for the long-term fix. And if we could keep the jail open in the future on a smaller scale, having this option one part, the construction totally complete, and then we could do other parts of the construction of a long-term solution on a segmented basis. For instance, the workout room and the part on the north end of the jail would be done separately from that part down by the more towards the courthouse end of things could be done separately, kind of separate construction projects potentially. Then I really see the benefit in going ahead and doing as much of the square footage right now as we can, because there's not that much price differential in being able to fix up twice as much square footage for a third of the cost. While we have the inmates all moved down to Glenwood Springs, let's take advantage of it and do as much as we can at this point. So, being the devil's advocate, and I'll push for option number one.
Thanks, Steve. And I'm just going to comment on your devil's advocate. I've been sort of indulging my curiosity by reading correctional news and looking for new, designs on new facilities with direct supervision, operational approaches. And what is like pretty startlingly clear to me is just how updated the new designs for new jail facilities are, and how vast the departure is between our facility currently and what is being designed and built now. So I personally hold out little hope that what we do in this fix will be incorporated into an updated design, because they're just so starkly different. And operationally, they're just structured differently in my very novice observations. And I'm happy to send around some examples that have stood out to me that I think might be places that we would consider, touring or further diving into as examples for our edification.
She's also tracking sharks. Just so you guys know
In her
that.
spare time.
My hobby is at night. Okay, so let's wrap this up because we have about 2 minutes left. I'm gonna stick on option 2 here and support the request for the additional funding, and I'm gonna look to the board for direction. So Steve's on option 1, I'm on option 2. Greg, I think you had a hand up and we haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank everybody for the presentation and thank you for the options. I was wondering along Steve's lines, is there anything that we could do? Because in 3 to 5 years, we're going to have to do something, right? We've got a 3-year window, or is it 5 with Garfield County, and then we have to have a solution in place and ready to go? Are we going to be spending a lot of money for redundant things by doing one option over the other, or is this just the more efficient, bare bones thing that you've proposed in option 2 that will get us to the point where we can begin construction? And so I think the assumptions that we're going on, Steve's going on some assumptions there. I think I was making them also, that, how close are we to the finished product? And it sounds as if we can't make the assumption that any of this will be finished product. So it makes me want to spend as little as possible in the short term so we can get the good design, get the thing designed properly, and not worry about having spent an extra $500,000. Although I was thinking the same thing, Steve, but I think I got my answer, and I'll hand up for option 2.
I want to respond to Steve also.
Francie and then Patty.
Yeah, Steve, I totally get your point of view, but I think that if we went with option 1, then of course we are making the assumption that that building will work in the long run, and I don't think that we're ready to make that assumption, or that we wouldn't need more reconstruction there, another floor, whatever, kind of stuff we talked about, Kim. So it is appalling to me how much it costs us to take care of people who break the law and act out. It's appalling that we would spend $1.5 million just to take care of them for a few hours before we send them down to Garfield. It's shocking. But I recognize that everybody needs to be safe, and so, I guess option 2.
Thank you. Patty?
Yeah, I'm definitely with option 2, because as we talked about just earlier in this discussion, we don't really know where we're gonna be. So, even if option 1 looked great now, we don't know if we'd be gutting the whole building at the end, because we don't know what our final plan is. So, I think we need to get moving, especially with work release. Let's get her going, let's get those permits, let's get those guys in there doing the work that we need to clean it up and make it safe.
Okay.
Thank
Do
you.
you have any additional questions for us, or I think you have your direction?
I will say that we are meeting on Thursday to start our phasing conversation. So we did hear you that we would like to get work release up front. So that would be our plan, is to try to work out and make sure that work release could be a priority and get that functional. But we just don't know with all the moving parts just yet. But that would be a goal.
As long as people are safe, I think
Yeah.
we'll be good.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, look forward to longer conversations. Nice to see you.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It was nice to see you the other night.
This was a good
That was fun.
She's very emotional.
I know.
Okay, and let's
Take
move
care,
on
guys.
to citizen board interviews. So we have 2 interviews today, one for Citizen Grant Review Committee and the second for Planning and Zoning Commission. And so I will invite Charlotte Anderson to come up and introduce our boards for interviews.
Should we set Elizabeth up over here?
Yeah, come join us,
Yeah,
please.
let's set her up over here. Elizabeth, why don't you just take this chair and slide her right up here?
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Here you go.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Chilly in here today, sorry. I know, I'm freezing. It's like watching it drizzle outside. It's drizzling.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Charlotte.
So we have another Citizen Grant Review Committee youth applicant, and that would be Elizabeth, and I believe, do you go by?
I go by Eliza.
Eliza.
Yeah.
Okay. And so she submitted an application here for you to interview today. I would just, if the board could make a decision, then we have 2 youth applicants that still need a resolution for appointment. And so then we could move that to July 28th.
And we've had 2 applicants, of which we've interviewed 1.
No, both
Yes.
of them. Kiara Gonzalez was interviewed on June 22nd.
Yes.
and then Eliza, and then we have 2 spaces available.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yep.
Yeah, there's 2 spaces and that would make the board.
Two
And
you.
only 2 applicants.
Right.
Yeah, right.
2 for 2.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, welcome, Eliza. Nice to
Thank
see
you.
you. I'm Kelly. And generally, how we conduct these interviews is we'll invite you to tell us about yourself and why you're interested in this board. And then we'll open it up for questions of the commissioners. And we'll, I guess, have a discussion today about the appointments. And, generally the whole process takes about 15 minutes. So thank you for your time and thanks for coming in person. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Thank you.
So please feel free to go ahead. Tell us your interest in the Citizen Grant Review Committee.
So I've lived in the Valley my whole entire life, and I feel like me being a part of this committee, I could also help not only see this community grow, but be a part of that change, and I feel like that's a really powerful thing. So that's why I want to be a part of it. I want to help the community that I've grown up in. I want to see it grow. I want to see it grow from from this table, but also be able to see it grow in real life. While you guys were talking about the prison, I feel like that could be a really cool thing to be like, wow, I was a part of that discussion, or I heard that discussion go on. That was really interesting. Yeah.
Great. And is there anything else you'd like to tell us before we open it up for questions?
No,
Okay,
I
great.
can't think of
Then
anything.
We'll go for it. Yeah, Patty, go ahead.
So how many nonprofits do we have in the Valley?
In the in the fund, there are about 72.
So,
There are a lot more in the Valley.
Like
Those are the ones we-
150 something in the Valley. But so 72 within the fund. And so it's a lot of condensed homework, reading about, but it's pretty interesting because you're going to find nonprofits that you had no idea even existed in this area, and the amazing services they provide. So it's a huge learning experience for you. And I have to tell you, the 2 members, I think, of this committee that are most highly valued are our youth members. You ask any of the adults that are on this, and they love the fact that the youth are there because of your passion, and you bring a whole new perspective. So it's really a great committee to start on when you want to learn about this valley and what the valley has to offer and what you can do to help. So I think what you just said will fit right into that you grew up here, you understand this community, and you want to see the change and want to be part of it. And the nonprofits are generally an opportunity for you to do that. So it would be exciting for you.
Yeah.
And thank you for applying. And what grade will you be next
I'm
year?
going to be a junior.
Okay, so we'd like it when we have 2 years. Because it's really fun, because the second time around, it's even more fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions for Eliza from board members?
Steve's calling us from Alaska,
Great.
just so you know.
No, I don't know. Is Steve trying to get on, or is he on a different? He's on a different line, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Eliza. In full disclosure, Eliza is one of my kids' best friends, and so I was going to grill her with some really difficult questions today, but I think I can wait on that because I don't want to see her blush under that mask. But I can tell the board what I know of Eliza is that she shows up, she's on time, she does the work, she doesn't hesitate to speak, and I'm very impressed by her from what I've seen. And just this last weekend, she was helping pinch hitting because my daughters couldn't be at their stand at the Saturday market. So Eliza just stepped in and took over the business and did everything. And when people asked her questions, she had the snappiest, quickest answers that were reliable and accurate. And I was so impressed that I realized I didn't have to be there, so I left her to it. And didn't just got out of there because it was leaving it in such good hands. So I think Eliza would be a great asset to this board. And I'm still trying to think of a question. Maybe do you happen to know the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Perhaps that's what I would ask.
It's whatever you say it is, Greg. Whatever you say it is.
Okay.
African swallow.
Other questions for Eliza? Steve?
Hi, Liza. Glad you applied for this position. Realizing that you're in high school and probably almost all the activities you participate in are somehow revolving around school, I'm just curious what sort of activities you have participated in school. Have you worked with any nonprofits that are outside of the school that you might run into those same nonprofits in looking at the applications?
Well, I've worked with the Shining Stars Foundation for a couple years now. I really enjoy working with, like, being there and helping make new friends. And also, I am a part of the Buddy program. That's actually how I learned about this committee. And those are some nonprofit organizations that I've been a part of. But like inside of school, I do theater, I play a lot of sports, and I ski, of course. This is Aspen. And
you're a Merle.
And I'm a Merle, yeah. But those are some, I enjoy being a part of these nonprofit organizations because it's a great opportunity to meet new people. I met my big buddy, Hannah. We're pretty close, and I feel like because I'm a part of some nonprofit organizations, I really want to see them grow too. I want to help them grow, but also I feel like because I know about, I'm going to learn about more if I do get accepted. I feel like that could be a really great opportunity to be, wow, there are more. I could teach more people about them in our community, and I could spread the information about them. Yeah.
Thank you, Eliza.
Okay, and the reason I ask, well, you do work with a couple of organizations that receive grant money then, so you have a potential conflict of interest. But I like your attitude in that you're willing to help nonprofits to grow and to become better, and that's really what we're part of our goal in helping all of the different nonprofits that we support is helping them be able to accomplish more efficiently and with wise use of the money that they receive.
Thank you, Steve. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you, Eliza, for applying. I think it's amazing when kids get involved in their community. It's what makes a better world. So thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no problem.
And I'll ask, what do you think is one or more of the pressing issues for our community? What problems are really out there that we need to solve?
Let me think about this. Well, I don't have any off the top of my head, but I feel like because of COVID, that can be a big one. There wasn't as much activities going on during that period of quarantine. And so nonprofit organizations, I feel like might have been having a little bit of trouble. So I feel like that might be an important issue, but I can't think of any. Yeah.
That was a good answer.
Okay. Other questions for Eliza? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I think what we'll do.
Does she have any questions for us?
Yeah. Oh, do you have any questions for us? Or for Lisa that haven't been answered?
No, just thank you for letting me be here and interview with you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
You can come sit in our meetings anytime.
Thanks, Eliza.
Yeah, and I would just, I guess, turn to the board since we have 2 minutes before our next interview if we want to give Charlotte direction and Eliza doesn't have to sit through the next interview with us. So we have had 2 applicants for 2 positions on the, for the youth positions on the Citizen Grant Review Committee. I feel comfortable nominating both of them or appointing both of them to that. Their work will start shortly here, so I think there's some timeliness to us getting Charlotte to bring that back for a resolution, and so I'll look to other board members for that support.
Yep, Kira and Liza, I think are going to be great. You guys are going to have a great time. We want to know how much fun it is.
So we will formally appoint you on the 28th.
We have to do it by formal resolution at a regular Board of Commissioners meeting.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
And you can come and join us if you like.
If you'd
for
like,
this.
yeah.
Steve.
So Kelly, there is the issue that one of them is the alternate and one is the regular member, and we really have to decide which one would be appointed to the regular voting position for this year. And I think what we did before was we had the second year that when there were two people serving 2 years, that they rotated that position the following year.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we could do that same thing this year, but we do need to decide by a logical decision or flipping a coin or something who gets to be the regular voting member this year and who's the alternate.
Can we clarify
you,
that?
Steve.
Because
Yeah.
I thought they were both.
Charlotte, go ahead.
Oh, no, there is one one alternate. And I would have to find out, my suggestion, and Lisa, you can chime in here, is that since Eliza is a junior, we hope to have her for 2 years.
They both are.
They're both juniors.
are.
And you
Okay.
know, we've had this situation before where we've had 2 youth members, and our votes on there are informal and they're more discussions. So we don't really have an alternate position that we use. Everyone gets a voice at the table, and we come up with, everyone comments on it. But there is no a really strong voting process. So the alternate vote, I'm not so sure how that would work, but I think that was initially how it was written in. But as long as I've been there, whenever we've had 2 youth, everyone has a voice. So.
So I don't think it really matters. I mean, I was a P&Z alternate and it never mattered.
So, but formally in the resolution, it will come forward that way, right?
Yeah, and we can always switch
Yes.
it next year and flip them if they're both on. Balance it out.
Steve, do you have a coin you want to flip? Eliza, since you're here, you can call heads or tails. Does that work?
Does anybody have? I have a coin.
We don't use money up here in Alaska. We use gold nuggets. So.
and beaver skins.
Okay. We do have to decide because it will be on the resolution in one fashion or another.
I'm pretty close friends with Kiara. I can discuss with her, and we can decide if we want to switch maybe senior year or junior year.
Well, then that's a perfect.
That's a great idea, Eliza.
So you need to do that. Get back to Charlotte so she can get it ready for.
Yeah.
Just tell me, shoot me an email.
Okay.
By end of next week, right? Charlotte will need.
Yeah,
some
Charlotte will
answers.
get.
I love it. I love the collaborative approach.
Yeah, that's great.
You're a change maker already. Thank you.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So now we'll move on to our Planning and Zoning Commission applicant. And Charlotte, you can tee us up for where we're at in this application process, and then we'll invite Yvonne to speak with us.
Okay. Welcome, Ivan. And I know he called this morning. He's feeling under the weather, so I appreciate him hanging in there to do this virtual interview. He is applying for the P&Z vacancy. You have interviewed all of the applicants at this point. I have sent you an email of all of the recorded applications because some of you weren't here. But once you interview Ivan and review those videos, then I think we will go forward and have you make a decision.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Hi, Ivan. Nice to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. And so we'll go ahead and offer you the opportunity to introduce yourself, tell us why you're interested in the board, any qualifications or credentials you'd like to point out, and then we'll open it up for questions. And thank you for applying.
Right. So my name is Ivan Kassar, and I've lived in the county for the last 29 years. And some of the jobs that I've done, I have done. I've never had a career, but I've done different jobs here and there. So I started with working in hospitality, working with Kiko for 7 years, and then I worked in retail for another 8 years. And in the meantime, I've always helped with the family business, which is a small lodge on West Hopkins, the St. Moritz. And I've also gone into the healing arts, and I have a massage practice on the side. And what else do I do? Oh, and I'm picking up a shift or two a week at the Aspen Homeless Shelter too, with Dr. Vince Savage too. And I've been very active in the community. Community means a lot to me, and whether it's it's some of the art organizations, the Aspen Choral Society, the Aspen Chapel, St. Mary's, Aspen Noise. I'm very involved in community and in the prospect of building community, especially in times like this. Aspen's a very transient place, and people come and go, and you feel like after you've established certain relationships, they're gone because people have moved. So you're always in a building community mode because that's a constant. And you know, a friend of mine mentioned PNC, and I think we were away in the spring when it appeared in the newspaper. I did catch it once or twice, but I kind of slipped my application in, thinking I had a couple of conversations with a few friends of mine, and I remember over the summer of last year even calling Cindy Hubin about, you know, certain concerns our neighborhood had with certain things going in our neighborhood, and she invited me to join the Growth Outreach Committee, and which you guys, you know, charged her with setting up to have a community debate about going forward with P&Z. And I attended a couple of those Zoom meetings, and so I have been in the debate of, you know, which ways do we want to go, especially regarding a sense of sustainability and a sense of going forward with you know, the effects that mountain communities are having with climate change, and which, I mean, as it feels like every year goes by, it becomes more of you know, like a priority. And so I would like to you know, be I would like to hand my application in for the position of P&Z on the P&Z Commission, so that I could debate with the co-commissioners, you know, the various things that come up on the agenda. Basically, the proposed developments and how they affect, you know, beneficially or adversely the community. And I feel that my experience being in hospitality, being a local for a while, and having a sense that, you know, it's all about building community. Because if we don't have a sense of community, you know, like we may as well, you know, like, yeah, not work to make things better. So yeah, so my thing is that I would like to participate in the debates go on with the items that are presented, and help vote on whether a variance be granted or not, depending on whether it would benefit the community at large, and so that's why I sent in my application.
Great, thank you, Yvonne. Really appreciate that. Questions for Yvonne? Greg.
Hi, Yvonne. Welcome. Sorry you're not feeling well. Hope the smoke isn't making it worse. I'm struck. You have a history in our community of looking at your resume. You worked in all forms of really the tourism industry here, with the hotel and the massage and the various shops and all that. So you're somebody who I think has a perspective on our tourism economy and our tourism. And what I thought I heard you saying is it's important to you that we maintain a sense of community. Do you see if are there any conflicts between how you're making a living and what you want for the community, and how would that play out in your in your role as a P&Z member?
I don't see a conflict of interest in the sense that going forward, the way I make my living, and from various aspects, my income stream comes from 2 or 3 different things, and each one of them, I don't see that there is in any way a conflict of interest between what I do and what my opinions may be on the on any item that comes up on the board.
Right. Actually, I wasn't thinking conflict of interest as much as how it form your opinions. I think you have an interesting diversity of experience in the community, and that's what I was getting at. And how would that, seems like that could be, nice to have perspective.
Right. In the sense that between the way I relate to locals and guests, in many varied ways, and talking to them about what they look for, what they look to in Aspen, and the sense of trying to keep the good things in, and the bad things out as much as possible, and trying to just go forward into the future, keeping in mind what helps build community and what detracts, and trying to make decisions on those things.
Thanks.
Other questions for Yvonne? Steve?
Oh, hi, Yvonne. It's been a while since we sang together. I look forward to when we can stand side by side and sing again in the Choral Society concerts.
Hi, Steve. How are you?
Good. One of the questions the P&Z is looking at is reducing the maximum house size in unincorporated Pickens County. So I'm just curious what type of housing you have, what sort of approximate size of a housing dwelling unit you're used to living in. If you were looking at reducing a maximum house size from 15,000 square feet down to something less than that, how do you feel like your living situation would affect your opinion on the house size question?
Yeah, basically, I think it would have to be, a case-by-case basis, and see what, I believe now with TDRs being what they are, that a house in the county can actually be as large as 15,000 square feet, and and I think it may be a good time to revisit this because if we're thinking of climate change and sustainability, and the fact that a lot of these compounds are not lived in. I mean, I would like to revisit that with committee. Should I be part of it? About what makes sense sustainably. To figure out what sizes we would recommend to you guys, the board of county commissioners. I think it would be on a case by case basis, and I think the whole Aspen community plan I think has some recommendations on whether it's variances or stuff like that, and I think we need to really kind of, we have always been Aspen has always been a leader in some way, and in sometimes in good ways and sometimes in bad ways, in the sense that when they use the term Aspenization of something, it's not normally in a good sense. And so I think if Aspen really wants to, and obviously in this case I mean the county, if the county, if Pitkin wants to lead, I think we should really look at these numbers and come to a kind of consensus, say, and ask what makes better sense going into the future of whether we should keep allowing the size of certain what we call homes, which I don't think they could be called homes. Because I think a home is where people live and grow up in and all that, and an investment is an investment. So I think the community should at least make a bit of a distinction. And so I would look forward to debate, the pros and cons of given the light of sustainability and climate change, what could be done to we could, for example, encourage landowners to, for example, have concentrate on a larger garden but a smaller actual building footprint, and through the landscaping with trees and maybe features and all that, and have them create larger gardens and smaller homes as opposed to big structures. And that's one idea that comes to mind just off the top of my head. But I'd like to participate in that debate, definitely.
All right, thanks, Yvonne.
Great, thank you. Other questions for Yvonne? Francie or Patty's coming back? No?
No, I don't have a question, but thank you so much, Yvonne, for offering to do this. It's a lot of work, and it requires a clear head, so I appreciate your willingness to participate.
Patty?
Yeah, Yvonne, hi, it's good to see you. I've known Yvonne for many years. We've talked many times about current issues. So I too want to thank you for applying. This board, the P&Z Commission, is a busy one, and it's going to be very busy in this upcoming year when we look at growth management. And knowing you, I know you will take the time to participate fully. So I think we have a couple of applicants we need to discuss between the board. But again, it's nice to see you, and I can't wait to see you in person. And thanks for applying.
Thank you.
And Yvonne, I really appreciated your actually really well articulated, thought out responses. And I'm just wondering, where is the county getting it wrong? What do we, where do you see that we need to be focused on and doing it better?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of where's the county getting it wrong. I think that the fact is, the undeniable fact is that there is so much pressure. There's so many applications coming in for development, and it leaves staff, it leaves, with like, I mean, it's overwhelming in the sense as to how many people, the pandemic obviously seems to have made it worse. How many people want to, want to funnel in and come into our community and be part of our community, and obviously a lot of them are, have the means to do that because there is no housing available at all right now. So these people have the means to either, buy out, present, citizens, or find whatever is left and try to maximize out of that lot or whatever, place where they can call, house, home, compound, whatever. So I don't look at it as in a way as, like, what are we getting wrong? Is like, why don't we take some time to, take a breath, because the pressure is so great right now with, money being thrown. A lot of people are throwing money at us. So, in a way that's overwhelming. And I think just going over our community plan and reassessing, growth management becomes imperative, at a time where people are really competing for any development. And obviously there's a lot in the pipeline already, and beyond that there's a stack of applications for development, and all this needs to be looked at, and just like Steve mentioned, one needs to reassess, especially with the influx of more people. Obviously there's going to be more density, which is going to affect our infrastructure, whether it's transportation and other physical infrastructure, in general, which obviously needs to be upgraded once the numbers of actual people at any given day is, becomes higher. You obviously need to upgrade infrastructure to handle that kind of density and that kind of use, high use, whether it's in this case, any amenity we provide as a county to the community. And so, I think that I know developers hate it because they say it's the slowest process, and architects and developers I talk to, they say, oh, it's impossible to get anything done, all that. But the truth is that, we want to get it right. And, I think part of the price people pay to build within the community is to be patient enough. And I understand its cost and it's all that. And obviously the middle class, can't really access any of this. And, but I think, the developers have to be patient, because we're a very small, we're a very small county, and, we have even our ecosystem and our, the way our valleys are geographically, topographically, the way the county is physically, obviously isn't always conducive to to big development, and we have to take a lot of things into consideration. And I think developers have to kind of be patient, because we need to get things right, and whatever gets built needs to at least in the long term be on the whole beneficial to our community spirit, and not kind of take away from what we're trying to create here, which is a community of people who are interacting, in the whole mind, body, and spirit ideals, and try to keep, the size. We are, we're a small county, but the truth is, we're a very big place, because, the interconnections, and so many people have a hand and have a presence in some way or another with the county. And so we're kind of a big, small county, in the middle of the wilderness here, and trying to preserve a sense of that. And I think, is important, not just for us, but for our kids, going into the future. What do we bequeath the next generation, in this county?
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions for Yvonne?
No, again, thanks, Yvonne. Good to see you.
So I will note for discussion for the board to get on our schedule to discuss the P&Z applications we've received. Charlotte, the application is closed, is that right? Okay. So we'll be making appointments, and those will come before us as a formal resolution, and Charlotte will communicate our decisions to you about that. And we're very grateful for your time today. Thank you.
Thanks, Yvonne.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Charlotte. And I'll just look to the board. Does anyone want a 5-minute break? I could use one. Is that okay?
Sure.
5 minutes?
Charlotte?
Yeah, I'm gonna go outside and try to warm up.
Okay. Grassroots will be back just shortly after 4. Thank you.
I just sent you a copy of that letter,
Sorry about the Charlotte, but I'm not gonna be around for the second. I'm gonna be at the whole thing.
Okay, welcome back to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, July 13th. We had a short break, and we are going to come back and just shift our agenda a little bit to accommodate invited guests. So we will, our next conversation will move to an update of this. Oh, I was going to suggest we move to the solar farm update, but there may be members of the public who wish to listen in. So we will wait. We'll start the solar farm update at 4:30. Sorry, folks who've joined us early. You'll have to hang in there because I do know there are members of the public interested in listening to this, and I would hate for them to miss it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we would.
So we will go on then to our review of future agendas. And I will look to County Manager John Peacock to go ahead and give us any changes that you know of.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. Not so much changes, but just to make the board aware that we are scheduling our Pickens County Cares Awards for October 13th. We have already started accepting applications, and by applications, I mean nominations, really, for folks that may be deserving of this type of recognition. And so all information is located on our website under Community Relations, and the contact is Charlotte. I'd also note, under open discussion, we're going to talk a little bit more about the airport advisory application review process, and of course those appointments and interviews will be something coming your way. And that is, and then I just note that we need to add an item in to follow up on the jail planning, the Justice System Coordination Committee.
What is the award that
That's
you're
all
talking
I've got
about?
for you.
Pickens County Cares Awards?
Pickens County Cares.
Are you familiar with those?
No.
Every year we have nominations that go out for different categories, like Rising Star for young youth in the community who's done some amazing things, or the Greg Mace Award is included in that. Seniors, so it's anybody who's done exceptional things in certain fields. They're nominated by their peers or by their family, and so every year we do a proclamation and do a whole little thank you.
Okay.
It's pretty cool. I do have a future agenda.
Yes, I have a few as well. So Patty, go ahead.
On the 27th of this month, we have the GMQS discussion, and Francie, you will not be at that. And what time is your WOOF? Is your WOOF meeting all day?
All day. It starts at like 8 o'clock in Craig and goes till 5.
Okay, so we need to reschedule that because I think one of the most important people who's probably going to want to be at our GMQS discussion is Francie.
Remind me what it is?
Growth Management Quota System.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because, I think, I'm probably the only one who's actually ever done the scoring, GMQS scoring. I think Leslie and I did as commissioners years back. We actually scored a few. So I think that maybe we should talk to Cindy Hubin about having that when we have a full board present.
And Steve will or will not be available. Hard
Yeah,
to
we
say.
never know. We never know with Steve up there in wild Alaska.
No, I am available. It says that I'm not attending any of these meetings in July, but I have been bending my schedule around, so I am in a good spot to be at all the meetings.
Perfect.
But, so I think that one, Kelly, it's really what you think, but I think we should have Francie at that meeting.
Yeah, no, I agree. I also, I'd like to check in with Cindy. I thought when we initially kind of had some of this discussion, we thought maybe doing a joint meeting with P&Z about this too, so that we had kind of a shared understanding and kind of, shared vernacular and experience of what the educational history was. So I'd like to check in with Cindy on that. I know she had family stuff come up.
Thanks for that, Patty.
I want you there, because it's a very deep topic. And then I know we have some changes for next Tuesday. Charlotte had given me the revised agendas. Things have been shifted around, so, because Cindy won't be here, and it was pretty much Cindy's show on Tuesday. So right now, we just have stuff kind of lumped at 1 o'clock on. And I don't know if we have executive session topics yet, just as a heads up, so.
Yeah, so we will be taking off the climate action plan discussion, is that what's being changed?
Yeah, and I don't know what else she had on for that.
Sorry, I'm like flipping between papers here.
Yeah, it's just the
gas
greenhouse
inventory.
gas
Yeah,
emissions.
greenhouse gas inventory.
So things have just been kind of shifted around, just so everybody has a heads up.
Okay.
Can we move
Yes.
the exec session later then in that case?
I don't know if we have anything scheduled for that yet, but Kelly can work on that maybe on Thursday. I'll be out of town, so.
Let's see, I'll note that you want to start it later. Okay. Sometimes George Newman always used to request that we put exec like at the end of the day when we started later, so that's a consideration too. Oh shoot, my battery's running low. Okay, other items from board members for future agendas? I'll just note, we need to get a discussion about our planning and zoning appointments scheduled. I think Charlotte heard that, John, so I don't know if you need to add that to the notes. And then I had received a request from some folks who want to present to us about Vail's Indeed housing program and their deed restriction program. And so I wanted to check in with the board to see if there was interest in such a presentation and if timing, how timing might look for that. And I can't tell John Peacock if you're frozen or not. But
No, he's not. We had a lengthy discussion about the Vail's Indeed program. It was either with economic development or it was part of the mountain migration study. It's being looked at by lots of municipalities and counties actually in our region and beyond. Actually, it's been looked at by people across the country. So yeah, I think it'd be of interest. They had like a lot of funding for it, like millions and millions. And they're at a point right now where there's nothing left to buy. They buy deed restrictions on free market.
Right.
And they have spent 20-something million, I think.
I think it'd be great to hear from them.
Yeah, it's very interesting. That would be, yeah.
Okay.
That would be a great topic for the joint meeting with the city.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
that
can
would
put that
be.
on the list.
That's a good
They may
idea.
have already heard the presentation, but.
Can we find
well,
out?
We can circle it. We can put that on the list.
We can spend all their money for them. We'd be happy to.
Greg?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, would that discussion be the similar group that is involved with their, was it renovation or upgrading of their affordable housing in their mobile home park? I know CORE was looking at the energy efficiency efforts that are being done there, which would be perhaps very useful for us at Phillips and ongoing. And I think it might be part of that same program, but I'm not certain.
I think it's different. I think it's different, Greg. I think Indeed is just buying the deed restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Indeed. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was the same. I can't remember the name of the other program.
Yeah.
The Indeed program is basically a public version of the deed restricted program that we have for our employees, where we go in on the purchase of a property and then have a deed restriction that runs to the benefit of the county for our portion. What we have not done is brought that public at this point, but we have a very similar program for our employees.
Right. My understanding, though, is that, I mean, I don't know, we should just talk about scheduling this on, but my understanding, though, John, is, our program still has the opportunity to sell on the free market, where the Indeed program kind of just creates its own market for resident-owned units.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right. But I think a joint...
It's a deed restriction that generally deed restrictions have to run to the benefit of someone. And so I think it's marketed as a perpetual deed restriction is what you're talking about, Kelly. Yeah. And so my understanding is that the deed restriction is still a property interest that runs, with the housing authority in that case. And the housing authority, just like deed restrictions with APSHA and such, would sell the property with those same deed restrictions going forward.
I think of it as like parallel to like Aspen Village, right? Like it's not like an appreciation cap is placed on it, but they have to sell it under owner conditions. I don't know. So it'll be interesting to hear, but John, maybe you and I can talk about if there's beneficial timing for that, and we'll add it to the list of potential city.
Yeah, that might be a good time.
Topics. Okay.
Yep.
Good idea.
It was your idea. It was a good idea.
Great idea, actually.
Okay. I don't think I have any others at this point. We've addressed them already. Are there other future agenda items? No? Okay. Thank you for that.
Hold on, Rich had his hand
Oh,
up
sorry,
there,
Rich.
Kelly.
Thank you.
Hey, that's right, Kelly. I didn't know if it didn't make it online, but on the 28th, we're going to be coming to you with similar requests we did last time for some federal funding. It's the third round of federal funding for the airport.
Okay.
Just wanted to make that note.
All right.
28th.
I appreciate that.
More money coming to us from the feds.
Could I ask about, was it the 28th that did we have the ski company discussion then, or did they continue it again? Sorry, I thought I saw that
I'll let
here.
Suzanne, who came on, weigh in. Hi, Suzanne. It's scheduled for July 28th.
Thanks. Yes, that is not the date where you will be having a discussion. The scheduled date now is August 25th for you to, basically restart that conversation about Pandora's, the rezoning, and the master plan amendments. We will be in front of you on the 28th. The SKICO is asking that you continue with that one more time, and we might have some discussion about that. But that will not be the time when you will start your discussion of the actual application.
Thank you.
And I actually have one more for the 27th, potentially 28th, is we wanted to bring back to you basically where we're sitting with our revenues right now. And the board had asked if revenues were exceeding projections that we bring back the question of we had cut our employee salary adjustments for 2021, and so we wanted to bring that back for your consideration against our revenues.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Any others? No? Okay. So we are, why don't we move to ratification of the CC4CA policy statement, and then we'll go to the solar farm update, Brush Creek parking lot, which I thought was taken off this agenda, and then open discussion. So we'll start with the ratification of the CC4CA policy statement. I know Cindy had to be out of town, so is anyone else taking that? Patty.
I just need to know, I appreciate seeing it, reading it. Any questions or concerns I had, if I read it a little deeper, they're all answered. I just don't know, Kelly and I talked briefly. John, maybe you know, how do we ratify it? Do we just say we ratify it? Do we have to do anything formal to ratify? Because it's already been voted on by CC4CA. It's been adopted by them, the board of directors. So we just have to confirm that we're on board with that, or what?
Yeah, it is, and we could bring it back as an informal resolution. But Patty, to your point, I think what they're looking for is a general nod that we support the CC4CA policy statements and we'll continue to play an active role there.
Okay, because I'm okay with the policy statement. I just wanted to review it before I could say it was okay or not.
Steve?
Okay, there I go. So a lot of us were involved in, formulating this policy over a period of years. It's something we get many bites at the apple at revising the policy statement, and we were very involved in writing the very first policy statement. So this is like an evolution from that, with not all that many great changes from, the very initial one. And CC4CA really operates on a consensus basis where basically if we can't say, excuse me, maybe swallowed a mosquito.
And they're big in Alaska.
No, we can't change it right now. If we see changes we would like to make, we could work towards changing those in the future, making suggestions to CC4CA. So I'm totally in line with approving the policy as it stands now. It's a great policy. It's accomplished really good things at the state capitol. And if we want to change anything or suggest something new, we have that procedure to do going forward from here.
Thank you, Steve. Greg, you had your hand up, I think. Do you still have a comment?
I was actually just adjusting my earbud here.
Okay.
But right, Steve's right. This is something that has been crafted by so many people over so long, and there's an obligation to put it before all the members. And I think are we at 38 members, or is it 42 members now at CC4CA? And they just want to make sure that they're on track, so it goes to virtually every government entity involved and for approval. I suppose an informal resolution of approval would make the most sense to me, but I think that all we need to do is assure them at this point that we're on track and we're going along with it.
Okay. And I would say, I think that this would be a really useful tool as we think about our community-wide climate action plan, to look to this document for how we may be thinking of our more localized efforts as well. So I'm glad everybody's had a chance to look at it, because I think it could be really a useful guide in hammering out details for what we're going to think through here for Picken County. So Greg has indicated interest in an informal resolution. We would need to get that calendared. How do other board members feel? Would you like to take that path, or have it, we can informally, through our own consensus process here?
The other option would be just a letter noting the, board support for the policy statements as drafted. It's not policy statements that this board is necessarily approving, just agreeing to work towards in cooperation. So that'd be the other option.
I'll revise my suggestion then and go with the easy route. If we can agree to craft a letter, that's fine with me. I think that will be enough for them.
Okay.
Yeah, faster too.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. And gosh, you must all think I'm crazy. I was looking at an old agenda, so for today. So we actually are kind of up to speed here on our conversation, and we can move into the solar farm update, which is truly calendared for 4:15, not 4:30, and has been noticed as such. And then we'll move into our general board open discussion after that. So with that, I will go ahead and turn the floor over to Leslie Lamont in order to give us an update on the solar farm project out at Brush Creek.
Great. Thanks for putting me on your agenda. I wanted to let you know that we have Brian Doherty here of the Environmental Health Department. Bruce Matherly is online. He is the manager of Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District. And then Adam Larner and Nathan Hewitt are online, and they are the top team of Primergy. And Primergy is the company that is building the solar farm and will operate the solar farm as is being leased from the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District property. So let me share my screen with you, and I want to give you first an update on what changed slightly from your approval. This is your approval. This is the property here. And this area here is the 35 acres that was approved for ground-mounted solar panels. This road right here, this is an access road that was proposed, and this is what you saw. This access road was proposed at the time that you reviewed this, as well as full grading of the 35-acre site. And there is a perimeter fence proposed, and that perimeter fence is not changing. When Primergy bought the property, they analyzed the property and realized they didn't need to grade the entire 35 acres, that they could work with the topography, which is pretty flat, but there's, if anybody's familiar with the site, there's a big retention area here in the middle of the site. And they also proposed, and at the staff level we approved, shifting the access road to this side of the property, away from the toe of the slope, and only coming in here and dead-ending right here. This was reviewed by Aspen Fire District. It was also reviewed by Open Space and Trails, because they were shifting the road to the Rio Grande Trail side, and our planning engineer. In particular, the fire department really liked this access. They thought it was easier to get to the site in the event of emergency, and by shifting the road, they also reduced the length of the road. This is a current old dirt road here, and so they're just taking advantage of that. The other thing that I wanted to give you guys is a construction status update. I mean, this is a really big project. It's an incredibly visible project. It had a lot of scrutiny during the review, and they've started. And as you know, we're getting comments from the public, and many staff members have been out on site. We've had team meetings on site with the drillers. We've met with Carter of Savage Construction, who started work on the access road. If you recall, there's a half mile that was trenched to put in a power conduit, power lines that connect the solar farm to the existing Holy Cross overhead lines on Pitkin County land. And there was a separate access easement that was created to support that. That's been done, but that was the first thing that happened, and that happened through an access permit. The only permits that are required for this project are access, earth moving, electrical, and fence. So it's a pretty straightforward permitting process, and went through our review process pretty quickly. So the access road has been trenched, and the conduit has been installed connecting to the Holy Cross power lines. Then they applied mag chloride to the access road after they did that. They needed to do that after because of the big track equipment that were making the trench and trenching, and that would have just torn up the mag chloride. So now they've applied mag chloride on that access road. Maybe if I go back to here, which kind of gives a better overview here. So this is where they did the trench in here, and then up the access road and onto the power lines. The site has been surveyed for all the pylon placements, the pylon meaning the structure that supports the panels, and the fence has been surveyed. The infrastructure and the solar rack materials have been delivered to the site. There's 2 drilling rigs on site and 2 water trucks on site. And they started drilling the end of June. And drilling is scheduled to be completed the 19th for the holes, the 18th for the holes, but then they need to drill for the fence posts. So they're predicting drilling is going to be completed the 21st of July. So you have, there's a couple of opinions about this site, and because of the history of the site and because they're drilling on the site, there's a couple of opinions out there in the community of what is hazardous, is this hazardous, is the community at risk? And if you recall, during our review, we talked a lot about that. And that's why I've asked Brian Doherty to be here, because he's been on the site quite a few times and looked at it. And also Bruce Matherly, I've asked Bruce to join us because he can talk a lot about the history of the site. You know, they purchased this site through an EPA grant, and the EPA required some hefty monitoring of the site as they used the site. So I'm gonna stop sharing my screen and turn it over to Brian.
Yeah, so I was thinking that Bruce could just kind of go over the history of the site as far as how the biosolids were applied and what type of restrictions that the EPA was requiring to making sure that this was applied safely. So Bruce, if you could add a few words.
No problem. I think everybody knows we got the site in the mid-'70s, and we worked the site until about the mid-'90s. It was paid for in part with an EPA grant. What was applied to the site was biosolids, and that is the finished product after being fully treated by the wastewater treatment facility. We were regulated by the Clean Water Act, and when we went through the site selection process, the EPA was involved in that. We looked at 24 different sites, and this one was just ideal. So what we did is we used the site not as a hazardous waste dump or as a sludge dump. It was a dry land farming operation is what we did. And everything that we put on the site was done according to agronomic loading rates. So, and I don't want to bore you with this, but the product that we put on the site is the exact same product that goes to the landfill that we compost and that you sell to community gardeners. It's the exact same stuff. To give you an idea of the screenings that we do on the biosolids, we have to test for aluminum, iron, potassium, arsenic, cadmium, nickel, selenium, silver, zinc, ammonia nitrogen, telluride nitrogen, nitrate nitrogen, nitrite nitrogen, nitrate nitrogen, total organic nitrogen, total phosphorus, total solids, total volatile solids, and dry and mercury. And with all of those tests, in order to use biosolids beneficially, you have to fall under really strict limits, and we always did. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do the process the way we did it. It would have been a lot easier, basically, to landfill the biosolids because the restrictions on that are much less. If you're going to use it for beneficial use, there's a lot more that you have to do. So we screened the biosolids back then, as we continue to do. And the other thing that we had to do out there, we had to monitor the total pounds basically that we applied. We had to monitor the nitrogen applied per acre, the phosphorus applied per acre, the cumulative loading rates of all those elements that I mentioned in a pounds per acre basis. We had to monitor the soil at the site for cadmium, copper, lead, nickel, and zinc, and all it was unremarkable. Everything was well beneath any kind of limit. And we also had to monitor the soil vegetation that we grew out there. So what we would do is apply the biosolids, we till it into the soil to a depth of about 2 feet, we let it dry. We had worked with Sharp Brothers Seed Company out of Greeley, and they had a mix probably before Pickens County's Pickens County seed mix. but they helped us come up with like a mix which was smooth brome, crusty wheatgrass, Colorado oats, different things like that, that we had a seed drill. We would drill the seed in, and we had an arrow mulcher like you see with the ski car with a big kind where you take a hay bale and you feed it into the mulcher and it sprays and basically mulches the seed. And then we let Mother Nature do its thing. And that's why if you go out there, the vegetation looks so different than the native vegetation. You can tell our property because, you know, what we've basically grown out there is different than what's native. What would be native out there would be more sagebrush and whatnot. That's how the operation worked. In the late 80s and 90s, we won EPA Awards of Excellence for the operation and management of our system, and this was a big part of it. And actually, we even had the district engineer for the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment nominate the site. He said because he thought it was one of the best run sites in the state. So I just want to dispel this myth about it's toxic and you know what's in the dust and all that stuff, because I mean, we haven't been out there for 25 years. Everything was done according to science, and it was done with treated biosolids. So I don't know what else we can say. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. But I mean, I don't know we can do much more than win awards for how it was run, you know, back in the day. And then to be honest with you, we used to do I did all the special use permit applications with the county. I've been here that long. And we used to go on an annual basis. Some of them went 5 years. And after the awards and stuff, the commissioners went 10 years because it was clear that what we were doing a really good job. Environmental health checked water quality by monitoring the nearest well, which was, I think, at Wink Jaffe's place. It's 1,000 feet away, and the standing liquid level is about 300 foot down. And remember that the level of the soil that we were working is about 600 feet above the river, and our property ran to the river's edge. You know, so we had a huge buffer that we were working with. The other thing that we have, and I think you guys can verify that just from checking it in the field, is the slopes adjacent to the property roll up. So there's not an opportunity for runoff to run off the site. We'd be hard pressed to collect runoff. We were hard pressed to collect groundwater because it's all glacial till, which means it's like all unsorted big boulders and stuff that the glacier dug down the valley, and it's just extremely well drained. So it was an ideal site. You know, it worked really well for us. We're real proud of how well it worked, and I'm sorry I don't understand why there's just so many misconceptions about it being some kind of a Superfund site or something. It's really just the opposite. So that's.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Nice to see you. And I see Greg Poshman has his hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, Bruce, thank you. That's reassuring. I do appreciate that. I guess the first question I had would probably be for Leslie, or maybe for you, Bruce, would be just how many comments have we had there of concern about this lately? I know there was when the site was first being considered by the BOCC, but quite honestly, we've got one very vocal opponent of the whole thing, but I haven't heard of too many others who are complaining. The nature of the complaints I'm hearing now are really about the dust coming from the drilling. So it's the first 6 feet of drilling seems to be really fines that they make a plume. They go up 40 or 50 feet in the air and then they dissipate. And I don't think they're blowing toward anybody's houses, but it's obvious. And so that's where we're getting that's where I'm hearing the feedback. It's about the dust plumes. It was from the road originally, and now it seems to be from the drilling, because the drills really do make a little noise and they kick up some dust. So it's an obvious thing for people to notice. Is there anything we can do to mitigate that while we're drilling? I know you probably don't want to add a lot of water to the mix, but maybe there's something else that could be done there.
Frank, I'm here to talk about the dust and the measurements that we've done out there for that, and I can talk about the views from Juniper Hill versus the views from the site and how those differ. So most of the complaints that we've been getting are coming from the Juniper Hill, Medicine Bow area, looking over the site, generally in the mornings, when we're seeing the sun behind the site in the middle of that, and then the person viewing through the sun. Mm-hmm. And essentially that is going to give you the worst case scenario for being able to see things. And it's specifically not the way that we would want to be doing observations of dust when we're doing these on site to see if dust is leaving the site. So we use the EPA's Method 9 for measuring opacity of dust in the air, and we're trained with the Colorado Smoke School. It's a 2-year certification. And some of the goals of being able to do this properly is that the sun has to be at your back. You need to be perpendicular to the plume as much as possible, so being at the same height of it. If you're looking from way above it or way below it, you could possibly see a doubling of that dust because you're looking through a much deeper amount of it. So that's not a really an accurate reading either. And basically, so really the measurements are going to change depending on the location of the sun, where you would want to stand in relation to the place that dust is being emitted to be able to make those measurements. And when I was out on site, I watched several holes being drilled on 3 different occasions, including today. First on July 6th, it was about 11 a.m. As the drills are going, there is a small amount of dust that kind of comes out right around the drill area. But as it gets about 30 feet away or so, it gets to below a 10% opacity reading, which is really below what you can see in the air from doing these readings from a proper location. And where they were drilling in relation to where the property line is, because it's not just that the dust is in the air, it's that the fugitive dust means that it is leaving the property and going onto another property. Every time that I've done observations, the dust that is visible is nowhere near that property line. And while obviously, yes, it is visible from Juniper Hill under these certain atmospheric conditions, it doesn't violate the standards that we are expecting construction sites to operate under.
Brian, what are the holes being drilled for? Is that like the base
Those are
for
like
the
the
solar?
pylons that
Yeah.
hold the solar panels.
Yeah.
Hey,
So they're
thank
not
you.
going
Thanks
very
for that. I appreciate the detailed question or detailed response. If I could just add, the follow-up is just, it's the perception, is you've hit the nail on the head, it's the perception of it. So my first question was, how many actual complaints and with evidence that there's a dust issue have we had since operation began?
Yeah, sure. We've had one person who pretty much on a daily basis sends us an email with a photo of the dust. Most recently, Linda Wag, who is the vice chair of the Woody Creek Caucus, who has also been the recipient of the daily emails, asked me for an update. I invited her to this meeting. I gave her the agenda. I also sent her Brian's recent text that Brian sent to all of you, as well as Brush Creek Village, just explaining, looking at the dust, and that the dust is not a biohazard concern from the environmental health perspective. Also having talked to Bruce, I sent that to Linda Wag as well for her to disseminate. She said she has gotten lots of emails. I asked her if she could just kind of pin that down for me, and she said, I'm really busy, I just get emails. So we don't, I don't have a sense of that, but both Greg and I were at the Woody Creek Caucus meeting 2 weeks ago to talk about this project to the Woody Creek Caucus. I gave them my email address, told them how they could get a hold of me, and I've not heard from anybody else.
So it would be nice if Linda forwarded on, maybe she's just talking about the email she's received from Brush Creek, but it would be nice to know if she's received other emails from people in the Woody Creek Caucus, since that's who
Right.
she's representing.
Well, that's a great idea, Patty. You know what I'll do is I'll ask her to just, when she gets those emails,
To forward them.
them to us.
So
And
we can
to
address
me and
them
Brian, so
specifically, yeah.
Brian and I, so we know.
But I do.
Yeah, sorry, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have some questions. So we're drilling, right now they're drilling for the pylons, which are, I'm assuming are deeper but heavier than a fence post.
I don't know.
Yeah,
They're-
I'm
Can
getting
I
a,
answer that?
Sure, Bruce, go ahead.
The pylons are 8 foot deep and 8 inches wide. And I go out there every day, Monday through Friday, and you see the most dust is when they go through a boulder, because they're hard rock drills and they literally bore right through the boulders, and that causes the really fine dust. At least that's what I seem to notice.
okay, thank you, Bruce. So then I would assume that a fence post, I don't think you need to use a big drilling rig for a fence post, but clarify it. I'm just trying to look at the longevity of the concern for the neighbors.
Right.
I mean, are we gonna be dragging this out for 6 months of dust? I don't think so. So I'm thinking the fence post, when you get to that construction activity, will have an even less issue with dust.
It's the same drilling rig, correct, Adam and Nathan? It's the same drilling rig.
But 8 feet, if your fence posts aren't gonna be 8 feet in diameter and 8 feet deep.
They have they're 8 inches in diameter and 8 feet deep.
The fence posts?
Or no, these.
No,
the
I'm
pylons,
asking what
but
the
okay.
fence posts will
Yeah.
be.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay, no.
What you were saying.
So I'll look to Adam or Nathan to answer Patty's question about the
Yeah, so the pylons
intensiveness
are-
of the drilling the fence posts.
Yeah. It's right down.
Do you want me to take a stab at it?
Sure.
Sure.
Well, here's what's happened, Patty, is I think it's Good Earth Landscaping is gonna do the wildlife fence, and they came out with a skid steer and a PTO driven auger. And they drilled, I believe, 3 holes and it broke, because they're in that glacial moraine.
Hitting
with
on the
those
rock.
big boulders.
Yeah.
And so then what happened is they said, we better talk to these guys with the hard rock drills. Now, the post won't be as big or as deep, but I think they're gonna use the hard rock drills to do that, because they'd already broken the auger on the low unit they were trying to use.
Well, I'm just assuming that the smaller the diameter of the fence posts and the more shallow, we would like to believe it would have less dust issues. So I'm hoping that that is getting resolved soon, so the neighbors' concerns can be, remedied, so.
And the plan, I put the timeline up as provided by Primergy. The drilling, including the fence, is due to be completed July 21st.
So,
Next week.
yeah.
John Peacock.
Next
I see
Wednesday.
your hand up.
Yeah, I think related to the dust, one of the questions that the public may have is why dust control, whether it be water or some other dust control, isn't being used or can't be used. And I think there's an answer for that, but just want to make sure we get that out on the table too.
Okay, thanks, John. Bruce, do you want to answer that, or Brian? I don't know.
So what they're doing, they do have 2 water trucks out there on the site, and they are using that for dust control. The drills actually have a vacuum unit on it that pulls out the really fine stuff and deposits it right near the drilling rig. But I don't know I don't know what else, John, they were gonna do. I just think that they have the water trucks and like I said, the things come with these vacuum units, but it really just pulls the fines and gets them out of the way of the drill.
I think that'd be a question if I remember the public. I just wanted to make sure it got addressed.
Right.
What kind of fencing is it?
So the fencing is for wildlife purposes, and it's an 8-foot wood post fence that has so the squares at the bottom are a little bit bigger, and then they get smaller as they go up. And that was intended so smaller animals can get through the fence, rabbits and
lots of rabbits.
Ground squirrels, we have a few.
I don't know if we have any badgers out there, but, so they could get through the fence.
They're at bar
And
eggs.
it's 8 feet tall to prevent, deer and elk from jumping the fence, cause then they could get their antlers tangled. And, the fencing itself, the screening itself is a, earth tone color, so it, will blend in a little bit and not be, it's not a shiny metal fence.
But it's woven wire.
It's woven, right, Nathan, it's woven wire, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, yeah. And that's the perimeter of the 35 acres.
So Kelly,
Sure.
we had heard that there was a concern because of the historic use of that property. There was a concern about putting lots of water down onto it, as far as any kind of leachate or anything like that. So that's why they weren't using water. So it's nice to hear that water trucks on site, they're actually using water. Because that was something I think the board brought up, is why aren't we using dust control with water? Mag chloride on the roads is perfect, but I don't think you want to mag chloride the whole site.
No, no.
You know how we feel about mag chloride.
Well, Brian, did you want to answer that?
I was just going to say, keeping as much of that existing vegetation as possible is going to keep that dust down also.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I just wanted to let you guys know that there were 2 conditions of approval in your resolution. And they required dust mitigation, and it required air quality monitoring. And then there was a condition of approval that required baseline water quality samples. And we want to tell you that it's not that we're ignoring your conditions of approval, but as Bruce said, there's just no water on the site. I mean, Kurt Dahl, after the BOCC meeting, he said, I just don't know how we're going to monitor the water quality on the site. Because again, if you recall, what you approved, the site plan that you approved, was regrading the entire site and creating detention ponds and completely changing the drainage, whatever drainage there was on the site. Well, Primergy's not doing that. And so they're keeping the historic flows and drainage of the site. They're not regrading it, and there's just no water on the site. So I want you to know that you have this condition of approval in here. We're not asking you to change it, because that would be like a whole nother meeting, public meeting to change the reso. We're not asking you to change it. We're just telling you that if we ever discover water on the site,
yeah, we can test it.
We'll test it.
I think the concern during the discussion was water in the river, and then we couldn't figure out the parameters to test that.
Right.
You know, was there any kind of leachate that was going down from the site into the Roaring Fork River during construction, or just change in use, et cetera? And that was kind of ruled out because of the topography and the geology.
Right.
So if you guys ever get water there, we'll test it. Just let us know.
And then the vegetation, rather than just dozing the whole thing to level it, it's got to be an improvement of the
That's huge
requirements.
Very much less dust,
Yeah.
and then for the air quality monitoring, there now is a construction trailer on site that has power, and Primergy has said that
Is it out there yet?
it's out there, right, Nathan? Yeah.
Okay.
And Brian said that we could use their power, but it's still not going to be, Kurt and Brian are so concerned that it's not going to be accurate data, because it's, as Brian explained, it's the fugitive dust, and if you put the monitor in one spot, you're going to get you could get dust from the Rafta parking lot, the Intercept lot,
the bike path.
Fire and smoke.
Right now it would really be odd. It would really be skewed.
So,
and we don't have background data. We don't, and like it's a really large site, and these devices require Wi-Fi. So even if we were to have a monitor on, we'd have to have many, many monitors all around the whole perimeter, and it's just not feasible. And the most way that we can do this is really with an on-site person going out there and just checking to see if the dust is within the realm of
concern.
And it's short-lived, right? It's almost over.
1 week. And if it drizzles like it's doing today, we'll be fine.
Greg.
Yeah, thanks. I see the timeline for the completion is on the screen there, and so I just want to find out how accurate that is, and are we on track? Because I'm going to assume there will be delays. I also noticed Aerotech posted a job listing on Roaring Fork Construction Straw looking for laborers to build this thing. So I want to make sure, are you staffed up? Are you going to be able to do this on schedule? It says it may be a 3-month project is expected to last 3 months. That puts us into October. So I just want to know how are we doing on our timeline? Does it need revision? What can we really expect here? It'll be a lot easier to finish within overschedule. So I'd rather finish sooner than later. But just wondering how accurate is this estimate of completion based on how things have gone so far?
Adam, do you want to answer that? Because I had you down there on the outline for that.
Yeah, I'm happy to. Hi, I'm Adam Larner. I'm Primergy. And so to date, the planning department has been quite helpful in keeping us on schedule, I should say, just in terms of getting all the approvals to start. The company that posted the Aerotech request for labor has a number of projects in Colorado, but this is a kickoff for them as they're doing a number of other projects. So they're going to pull these people. The company does about 300 tracker installations a year. They're using the opportunity to work in Aspen as a upside to try to recruit more folks right now. But they have about 150 people that are full-time on staff that they supplement. And they're sort of using this sort of as a recruiting effort. But ultimately, we are, and that's the racking company that's already doing the drilling and pile driving. They really only need maybe 15 people for this project. It's rather small. Well, it's large for the area, not a lot of open space in the valley. In the larger realm of solar, it's not a massive project. So I don't see the manpower being an issue at all. As far as being on track, we were about 3 days behind with the drilling, but this schedule you see here reflects that. We were hoping to be done actually this week. But we added helping out the fence folks, so that's why we expect to be there a few more days. And then as far as like the major equipment, most of the racking equipment is already on site. You'll see that when you go out there. The only real risk we have right now are the solar modules are on a boat that's sitting offshore with, I think, 54 other boats, we're told right now, Port of Long Beach. That they're just having trouble processing. So those were supposed to be here in mid-July, and they're arriving in early August now, August 5th and August 7th. But again, so we were supposed to be done September 30th. We're now projecting the 20th because of that delay on the modules. So this schedule is accurate as of today, yesterday, when we went through it with Leslie. And we continue to monitor it, but I don't see any other major hurdles right now.
Okay, so you'll be in touch with Leslie regarding delays, and so we'll be apprised of that. I just think it'll be helpful to be out in front and up front with that, just so that if it goes longer, we don't hear another something about that from the public. The other thing, the other comment, if I could, that came up at the Woody Creek Caucus meeting is, where are these panels made? They were concerned they were made by slave laborers in China. So this would be a good opportunity to clarify.
Understood. So we represent long-term hold on all of our assets. Our biggest client is Berkshire Hathaway in Nevada through NV Energy, and what I should say is our investors are pension fund, so public pension fund, as well as IBW, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, which is the electrical union here in the United States. So we have you can go on our website, and Leslie, I think we shared this with you. You can feel free to share it in a broader group, but we have a very strict code of conduct for our ESG investments. In fact, our chairman was a founding principal in the Principles for Responsible Investing, and is leading the charge there. This is all funded by the Low Carbon Power Fund, which ultimately binds us to adhere to the no forced labor, no slave labor policies, and all of our vendors have signed these agreements, as well as we've conducted audits. And so these panels are actually coming from Cambodia, not from China. And we have on-site factory personnel from a company called PI Berlin, which is a third-party inspection company, and we have reports both on the quality of the modules and the conditions of the factory. So all of those items are very critical for us. I mean, not just from a talking point perspective, but also from the perspective of, you know, we don't want to end up on the front of the Wall Street Journal because then our investors will take their money back because they're contractually bound to do so. So we have the buying power, I should say, to force this. We're building the largest solar project in the U.S. right now in Nevada, called Gemini, and it's about 5,500 acres of solar. So that we have that ability to persuade the manufacturers to allow us to do these audits and sign these agreements. There is a problem, though, which I'm not going to say there's not a problem. There is definitely a problem in the industry with materials coming from a place called Xinjiang in the west-north part of China, where there's a lot of government interference with the way that supply chain works. So we're clearly not pulling modules from that region. And in this case, not even from China.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I'm hoping that the local media picks up on this because there are a lot of good stories here about what's happening here, and we haven't really seen much. But maybe as the farm takes shape, people will start paying attention to that. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, other
That's a
questions?
common occurrence.
So I see Steve and Francie, and then did you have a question?
No, I'm just,
Yeah, we want to wrap this up. My computer just died, which I take as a sign.
I have one more thing I need to bring up to the board too before we leave today,
Okay. So Steve and then Francie.
So my computer's actually holding up here, which I beat you today. I think it's really a plus that Primergy decided they didn't need to grade the whole site. If the whole site had been graded, there would have been a whole lot more fugitive dust produced from that than anything else, I suppose. And then you would have had to drill the holes besides after doing the grading. So actually the procedure you've been following is producing way less dust than might have been produced doing it another way. So I commend you for that. And I mean, I agree with your decision when you look at different solar installations. They don't all go on a straight line. They kind of go up and down the rises, and the installations are flexible enough to allow for that. So I'm really glad to see your timeline. Looking forward to the day when we can do the ribbon cutting there.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Steve. Francie?
I actually wanted to express my gratitude for the board's support. I know that you guys have spent a great deal of time. Leslie's conveyed to me some of the challenges, and you know, we're excited to get this thing completed as well. So thank you for the support. We understand there's quite a bit of misinformation potentially. We're hoping that over time we can, you know, show that this is a good long-term source of energy, essentially.
Great, thank you. Francie?
Yeah, my question is, because I wasn't here when it was approved, does the electricity go directly into the grid, or is it being specified somewhere else? Goes right into the grid? So they have the carrying capacity. How much is it generating? What's the ideal generation?
It peak generation, you know, when the sun is in the middle of the sky, is 6 megawatts DC, 5 megawatts AC output, which is, of your average home, about 1,300 homes. Certainly, different homes have different usages of energy, but you know, it'd be about 1,300 average homes worth of power, or there's a number of ways to categorize this, which we can do with you all. The other thing I'll say is we have real-time metering, which, based on EPA guidelines, we kind of convert into the equivalent of cars off the road or homes powered. And we'll make sure that the county has access to that real-time monitoring for the life of the system. We provide that to Holy Cross as well, but that's certainly not controversial data, so we're happy to share it.
And did Holy Cross have to beef up their grid to carry this, or was it ready?
They didn't have any grid upgrade requirements for this load. So there was the only improvement required was the actual, what we call generation line, tying us back to the grid, which is complete at this point in terms of the underground work.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you all for being here and giving us this detailed community update about the project status, as well as the concerns that have been raised. We really appreciate your time. Thanks, Leslie.
Thanks, Les. Thanks, guys.
Really exciting.
So I do have one last thing.
Yes, so board open discussion. Patty has
Thank you,
something.
everybody.
Let's see, John Peacock, if you want to come on, if you have anything. Patty, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I know the board has heard about the housing emergency resolutions that some jurisdictions have been passing. I meant to get copies. I didn't get them. What other jurisdictions have done. I just want to see if there's any interest in this board in considering passing our own emergency declaration of housing as a crisis. And talking with Summit County commissioners, the reason that they did that was mostly just to draw attention to the fact they're serious about this, that this is a serious issue. It's not just within our region, it's across the state and across the country right now. Also, Summit County was doing to see if they'd get any community feedback, which they have. They've had some people contact them, not a lot yet, but with some ideas and thoughts. They also had within the municipalities in Summit County asking why the county did it when the municipalities weren't on board necessarily with it. So that would be something for this board if we wanted to consider doing our own housing emergency resolution, to see if we could get City of Aspen, Snowmass Village, and Basalt to join us in that and just declare it. I think it's worth considering, and if the board would like, I will see if I can get Northwest Cog to send me copies. Because I know Summit County, I think maybe Telluride. Kelly, do you have any idea who else might have done it?
No.
Uray was considering one, I believe. Just see if the board's interested. I don't think it's an emergency that we do this emergency, but since I will be leaving town on Saturday, but I just wanted to see if the board was interested in my looking into it.
Okay. Greg?
I certainly would be interested in hearing more, seeing what the content of those declarations are. I think we've considered an emergency for about 40 years now, so I don't want us to come up with, I don't want to play Chicken Little or anything like that. I think we've had a pretty clear picture, if any county has, and yet there's more to do and more to consider. So yes, I'd love to learn about what they're doing and see how we can go forward with it. The thought of working with other municipalities and adjoining counties to work on it as a regional effort might bear some value. So I'd certainly like to see it. I'd be a little hesitant to sign an emergency, though. Thanks.
Yeah, let me, if the board agrees, I will reach out to Josh over at Summit County and see if he can send me his, and if, I'm sure he knows the other municipalities or counties who have done it, and then I can get that contact going, and I can do that while I'm here in town, or when I'm down taking care of my mom, I'll work on it.
Yeah, no, I would support that, Patty. I mean, like Greg said, I feel like I've been operating like housing's an emergency since I was elected. And
let's make it formal.
I've been putting lots of hours into trying to figure out the solution. So I think it'd be a great conversation to have in concert with maybe some policy planning about what we as a county want to do more deliberately or aggressively along the housing front, and I've got a gazillion thoughts on that. So yeah, I look forward to seeing it. All right, Francie.
I have a series of questions, and I hope they're really quick, because it's been 2 weeks since I've been here, so I've had a lot of email questions come up. The above-ground swimming pool complaints, do we need to take any action there?
What above-ground swimming pool
That's in your
complaints?
neighborhood, Greg?
Somebody's putting in an above-ground swimming pool.
It is
in.
That's in Steve's neighborhood. I'll hand it off to him. But I saw John shaking his head. We've seen the letter. Oh, you don't know about it? Okay.
I don't know anything about it.
I guess you and I
got
it. Installed up by Windstar. Is that what you're talking about?
Is it up by Windstar? I thought it was closer to you, but yeah, it's a person complaining. She's had some other complaints previously about other things, and now she's complaining about the neighbors putting in an above-ground swimming pool, and that it's dangerous and it's ugly, and there's the salt pool is really close, and that kind of stuff. Is that something that we need to get involved in? Do we have anything to say about above-ground swimming pools?
I don't know. What's a below-ground swimming pool?
Above-ground swimming pools are those like plastic
I know.
things, you know, like
so it's not at grade. It's a raised like a doughboy swimming pool.
it's like you set it up yourself, and
Yeah.
it's like 12 feet long
They swim
and 4
horses
feet
in
high,
those,
and
I
you fill it with water. And do we have any jurisdiction over that whatsoever?
Community
Anybody?
I would
development.
send that to community development. Yeah, Steve?
Molly told me about that. I have not seen a letter. I think the caucus received a letter, perhaps. It's from Martha Ferguson, who lives right behind the fourplex that the Aspen School District owns, and they are, I don't know if the school district has anything to do with it or just the employees who are living there built this apparently an above the ground swimming pool, which I think is like a temporary
it's plastic
structure. And I know nothing about it beyond that.
I'd send it to ComDev and let
It
them.
deserves being looked into by ComDev probably
Okay.
to see what's going on.
Okay, and then the other one is the complaints about the landfill changes and the Quick Mart from Ellen Anderson.
Oh yeah, the letter that was sent to Greg, I believe.
I got it too. Yeah. Do we need to do anything about that? Or are you going to do that, Greg, or are you going to answer
Actually,
her?
I was going to talk to Greg about that to see how we wanted to approach that. Ellen's concern was that the Aspen Village was not notified of changes at the landfill.
That's right. The expansion.
I think that's something, we can talk about. I think I shared that with the rest of the board, and staff. I think that the concern is how much, how do the neighbors need to be notified, and were they notified properly if they were supposed to be notified about these things happening in the vicinity of their neighborhood. I'm not sure how close you'd have to be considered an immediate neighbor with the landfill issue. Regarding the tanks at the Quick Mart, I think that the approvals were in place, and I think she was upset that they weren't included in those approvals, but it wasn't something that was necessary. There may have been a communication could have been better with Public Works or ComDev perhaps, but nothing untoward happened. It was just, I think she was upset that they weren't asked about it.
Okay.
Wait, the old
she and
tank?
I've had a conversation.
Well,
that was old.
Regarding the official policy or if we need to do anything beyond that, I'll circle back with John and staff, and we can find out if we can respond in any way that I haven't already, other than hearing the conversation.
Well, can I have a point of clarification here, John? We're not expanding the landfill just yet. We're looking at an expansion moving through the state, but we haven't. I don't know if we've even applied for approval from the state to do the quote-unquote expansion.
So there's two expansions, Patty. One is we are under permit and construction for the smaller expansion that was already anticipated in the landfill plan. There's a larger expansion that has not been applied for. And so, to the point Greg was making, I don't think there was a technical miss, but there was an outreach opportunity that we missed even with the smaller expansion. I know Brian Pettit has been in touch with Ellen on that, as has Greg.
Okay, and how do I view the frying pan master plan? Is that like something that's online, or?
It should be in
Or any of the master plans?
They should all be in ComDev.
Another ComDev, okay. That one got taken care of. Does anybody know about the Booklift Mount Sopra Southside Conservation District barbecue on July 22nd? Anybody else get an invitation to that?
The who barbecue?
Conservation districts.
What'd you say?
One is the Mount Sopris Conservation District, which is mostly in Pickens
Oh,
County.
yeah, but no, you're the only
Okay.
one that gets to go have barbecue.
And then the Truscott double rent and parking issues, is that
He
something?
just sent us a response.
Oh, good, okay, great. And then this Wilkinson and Jaya thing, that's pretty
John, did you see
intense.
those letters?
Long history there.
I know, I watched the interview on YouTube that she had included, and is anybody gonna respond to her
Well-
letters, or are we just gonna?
Can I ask, John Peacock, did you see that? Should we send it? Nan Sandina's been the one trying to work with Tulasi and Jaya with some opportunities with services.
We have responded many times through many departments, and I know, yes, there's been discussions with Human Services. Frankly, that is not what's being sought. What's being sought is a different solution that really is outside of any program that we have. We have been in touch through Human Services, ComDev, our attorney's office in the past, and maybe, Francie, we can talk a little bit about that, just going through the history there, because that's a long one.
I watched that YouTube thing she sent, which was painful to watch. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the complete story.
Yeah. And then I have a question from Pierre at the Emma Caucus about the 2956 Emma Road and the unpermitted grow there of hemp.
Where is 2956 Emma?
Well, I'm assuming it's where it was grown last year when all the complaints came up in Emma. And then we passed that, then he says, if there's been any BOCC review of our request regarding the unpermitted grow at 2956 Emma Road.
I thought he wasn't going to grow anymore.
Attorney's office.
Okay.
I thought he wasn't going to grow anymore.
That's what he said, and I think the timing of our passage would have grandfathered people in, but.
Yeah, and he already had a permit through the state.
I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Steve.
So, first of all, in response to a couple of yours, Francie, the 2956 Emma Road might be the Happy Days Ranch, which actually has a growing hemp. That's maybe about 3 miles down the road.
Yeah, so did they get the state permit, or did you go through a permit with them, or did they just get the state permit?
They have a state permit, and I believe I can't remember exactly how we worded our thing. I think they're allowed to continue doing their grow based on their state permit and being grandfathered in.
Yeah, right. We couldn't go retroactive unless they dropped their permit.
I went by there last year and you couldn't even see it from the county road where they were growing, and it wasn't bothering anybody. So if that is the property, I don't think we have to worry about it.
Okay.
Nobody should have to worry about that.
Well, I'm going to talk to Pierre.
In terms of your invitation from the Conservation District to their event, if I were there, I would go to it as a person involved in agriculture. It's really a good PR thing to go to those kind of things when you're invited, if you're able to. And I have gone several times in the past to their annual things, and it's good PR if Pickens County Commissioner shows up at an agricultural event with people from Eagle and Garfield County there. So that's your choice, Francie, but if I were you, I'd go if you're able.
You mean to their caucus meeting or just to the
For the
farm?
barbecue.
To the barbecue.
Oh, to the barbecue.
He's
I
already
got you
moved
now.
on to another
It's
Okay.
a social thing.
Okay, I got
Sometimes
you.
with a little
Okay.
educational component, you get to meet the,
Okay.
you know, talk to the different people on the boards.
Okay, great. Thank
And
you,
you'll
Steve.
probably know some of the people on the boards anyhow.
He's an hour later, I mean, an hour earlier than us, so.
Okay.
Alrighty.
2 hours.
Thank
probably.
you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
thinks
Other
so.
items?
Then I have one new item. So Pickens County has once again been selected by the U.S. News and World Report. We are number 7 healthiest community in the United States this year. I think last year we were number 8. I think we moved up a notch from where we were last year. So I just saw an email that had, you know, referred to that. I'm curious how, I don't know how much they put in our reaction to the pandemic and, you know, what steps we took on that. That probably played into it this year. Did you get anything on that, John?
Yeah, so Steve, they actually took the top 25 counties that were in those healthiest county rankings and ranked them according to COVID deaths. And we had the lowest death rate from COVID by quite a bit of the top 25 counties in their measure.
Mm-hmm. So that's some bit of good news. We should maybe do a proclamation or something about that, John.
Okay.
All right, I will see everybody
Yeah,
tomorrow.
that celebration thing's hard for me. We do have one more item, Kelly, when you're...
Okay. Pat, does Patty need to stay for
Patty,
it? She's
you're
got to run
front
out.
and center on the camera there. I see
Well,
you.
I know, but it's now
You just-
20 minutes after, we're only a half an hour over our time, but it's okay, and I'm walking in the rain, so.
We just wanted, and Rich has joined us, we just wanted to give a quick update on the Airport Advisory Board progress in case you all get questions on that.
So yeah, just real briefly, thank you for your time. By Monday, we are going to have the site ready to go. And so we'll start our advertising. We're going to take our first step is going to be to go ahead and send out notices via email to all the participants that are on the visioning process. So they'll receive that. July 26th, 27th, we're going to do our advertising. We've got a team working on what that will look like. We're setting up September 9th, which would be 45 days out for those applications to be due. And I hope that's okay with the board. That does give quite a bit of time. We will need to talk to you about questions. If there's certain questions you'd like to ask when you go through the interview, if you have some of those, why don't you just send those directly to me instead of Dan? I'll kind of capture those and then work with the board on setting up kind of the questions for that. We'll need to talk about narrowing it down. No telling how many applications we have. But really, we're going to target for maybe having an off meeting day where we can just set up the interviews because, again, we're anticipating there might be a few of them out there. And then with the goal to maybe get them appointed by resolution about mid-October. So that's just kind of the time frame we're looking at. So really, if you have any questions, get them to me. Unless there's anything in there that just doesn't meet your expectations, let us know. But that's kind of the path forward.
Questions for Rich on the Airport Advisory Board application?
No, thanks for the update, Rich.
To go live on July 18th. No, 19th. Okay.
It's on Sunday?
Yeah. 19th is Monday. All right.
Yeah, we'll advertise. Those will go out in the media for the 26th. We'll finish up on the 19th. We'll send out the email, and then the 26th they'll go live.
Okay, 26th. Thank you. All right. Any other for last moment things for the cause? We'll see you all
See
at
you at noon
noon
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Thank you.
Want to do a motion to adjourn or anything?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
But yes, you
Thank
can,
you.
you can move to adjourn and we'll say yes.